Test.
He came to the wrong hood looking for fame. 21. Ain't no secret, big 4 well, them boys know what I claim. Rich Mill cost a lot of show, but 4-5 make you do the whole up. 21. Pop smoke, gun smoke, same thing. I'm on the floss eating cold cut. Say you got a body, so what? 21. Terror, got a whole bunch. None of my ops ain't on none.
Mr. Fader. We are at negative 25. Great. Okay.
And good evening, everybody. And welcome to Trenton, New Jersey's Cure Auto Arena, home of this year's Deborah Heart and Lung Jersey Jam. It's a doubleheader tonight as we get to bring you some college basketball early season matchup. Temple and Monmouth will start things off in the doubleheader, Duquesne and Princeton. Mike Gill along with the newly minted Big Five Hall of Famer, Dr. John Giannitti, and we're about to bring you Temple and Monmouth tonight. The theme of college basketball coach in 2024 is new faces in new places. We got some new faces stepping up for Temple in their opening win.
Well, the most important new player in this game belongs to Temple, and that's Jamal Mashburn Jr., number 24. He is a prolific scorer at New Mexico, where he was before transferring to Temple. He led the Mountain West Conference in scoring. He dropped 26 in the opener against Sacred Heart. He's a born bucket getter. Not a big surprise because his dad was NBA great Jamal Mashburn Sr. The other Temple player to watch out for is going to be announced coming up right here. Number 2, Steven Settles. At 6'10", he plays like a guard. Why? He started high school at 5'9", so he still handles and shoots like a guard. He's a do-it-all player for the Owls.
The head coach of Temple, Adam Fisher, in his second year at Temple, 16 games he wins in his first season, and a run to the AAC championship game. Mashburn, obviously a big addition for them. They'll take on Monmouth tonight, and you mentioned new faces, new places. They need some guys to step up as well. They had a rough start against Michigan State, but who needs to step up for them tonight?
Well, their preseason all-conference forward, Jarrett Valencia, is out with a sports hernia. That means Abdi Bashir, who's being introduced right now, number 1, he has to step up because he's a great shooter. He dropped 20 at Michigan State, and he's not bashful. He took 22 shots to get that. He has unlimited range. Temple's game plan is to not allow threes.
When you talked about Mashburn, you look at Monmouth right now. They had a tough time with Michigan State's size, physicality. Who's going to have to defend Mashburn here, a different type of scorer?
Right there, number 13, Jack Collins. The Monmouth coaches are effusive in their praise. They say you can't work harder than Jack Collins. You can't be tougher than Jack Collins. We don't care if your best player is a point guard, center, or wing. We're going to put Jack Collins on him because we trust his defense the most.
It's Monmouth. Head coach King Rice entering his 14th season of coach. He just got a new contract. They like what's going on here up in Monmouth. And, of course, he is 207 and 208 in his 13 years. He has won 3 regular season conference champions. And the Hopes, they look to get back here as they are now in the Colonial. This is his second year in the Colonial after coming over from the MAC. So can Monmouth knock off Temple tonight? It's going to be a fun ride.
Well, they're known as giant killers. He's got scalps with wins from UCLA. He's beaten Notre Dame. Last year, he beat your alma mater. He took down the Mountaineers in West Virginia. So there's a long history of non-conference success under Coach King Rice at Monmouth.
It is Temple and it is Monmouth here in the Jersey Jam. And, of course, we got a doubleheader tonight. We got Duquesne and Princeton a little bit later. But this game here, Temple trying to turn some things around on North Broad Street, as you know. But first off, Coach, congratulations for the honor. The Big Five, Temple's a part of it. You are synonymous with that conference, and you have high accolades getting named a Hall of Famer. Congratulations.
Well, I revere the Big Five, and I can't believe I'll be in the same trophy case with Chuck Daly and Rolly Massimino and Dr. Jack Ramsey and Tom Goa and Speedy Morris and, just true legends. I'm certainly not in that category. Those guys are also Naismith Hall of Famers, but to be part of Philly basketball tradition is awesome.
Well, we got Philly's Temple, New Jersey's Monmouth, and we are running here at the Cure Auto Insurance Arena. It's the Jersey Jam here on jerseyjam.net. Temple dressed in the cherry. And an early unforced error. Take a look at the starting 5 for the Owls. Barry, Settle, Duradola, Mashburn are the 5 of the floor for the Temple Owls. Stanford, as well. 3-point shot goes down. So Monmouth will get you their 5 in a minute.
And Coach Fisher can't be too upset because they were all over Collins when he took that shot. Collins is a career double-figure scorer. He was 0 for 10 at Michigan State. Temple knew he wasn't going to miss shots again today, and he makes a tough one to start the game.
Over 700 career points with that bucket for Collins. Left of the lane, Mashburn, a little fade away, and it goes down.
That's the bucket getter. And there's a steal off the inbounds.
Nice.
Sneaky steal.
Settle runs it down, and they settle the offense. Down on the block, backing his way in, getting some separation up and under, and a little hook shot there for Doradola.
Doradola starting as a freshman. He's supposed to still be in high school. He was a 25 recruit, but called the Temple staff in July, said, hey, I'm thinking of going now. Academically, I could do it. And here he is starting when he should still be in high school.
Get to the Monmouth starters. As you see, Collins, ball fake, Bashir, Durr, Collins, Morgan, and Robinson are the 5 on the floor for the Hawks.
Well schooled by the Monmouth coaching staff, because Morgan caught that ball 2 feet from the basket. Of course you're going to score then. He got his position early. Doradula schooled a little bit by the older player, Morgan.
Mashburn dribbled to the middle of the paint with a little right hand.
Temple dipped into an NBA gene pool to get that scoring ability. Mashburn Jr., you can't teach that. He is a born bucket getter.
Middle of the paint, fade away, back iron no good. Host of Owls get the board. Transition. Here's Barry. 2.5 minutes gone by. Temple leads 6-5, left hand, bounce pass into the corner, and it goes out of bounds on the end line.
Second Temple turnover. They had 16 in the first game, and their keys are no threes. They gave one up to Collins. Get back on defense. Interestingly, Coach King Rice played under Dean Smith at North Carolina, big fast break team, and he coaches in a big fast break thing. But the third key for Temple is taking care of the ball, and they're struggling here early with that.
Durr stared down, and an unforced error. A couple unforced errors in this one.
You know, that's part of the game. No one plays a perfect game, but you'll see more plays like that, obviously, in the first week of the season than you will later on.
Temple will inbound. Man-to-man look from the Hawks. Top of the key for Mashburn, who's got cooking early here with a couple of tough buckets. Crosses over to the elbow, all the way to the basket, short. Offensive board is put back and good by Doradola.
Still well done by Mashburn, because he drew multiple defenders, leaving people free for offensive rebounds. Temple setting staggers, and Monmouth is switching Collins off of him, and I'm not sure anyone other than Collins can guard him.
Collins for 3, back iron. Rebound is run down by Settle.
There's the 6'10 guard.
Big handles, throws it into the paint. Might have got away with a couple steps. Puts up the nice touch, Doradola.
Post-play clinic here so far early, because these big guys are getting the ball at point-blank range. If you could catch the ball from 2 feet, of course you're going to score.
Altered shot, rebound is run down. Here come the Owls. 2-on-2 numbers all the way to the basket and take it away. And Stanford loses the handle. It'll stay with the Owls with 16:23 to play in the first half. And a change early for Monmouth. They're going to get some size. They're going to go to the 7-footer.
But that's not a great matchup. I'm not sure Mordar, they think that Settle, he's going to shoot that 3 or drive him. Remember, Settle more like a guard.
Settle right, as you mentioned, He takes it to the basket and works on Mordar.
You got to put a smaller player on Settle, because Settle is more of a driver. Right here, we'll look at this situation where Settle, when he catches the ball, again, he's not an inside guy. He's driving and shooting, and not many 7-footers are going to be comfortable guarding him out there.
Here's Settle at the line.
There's the drive right there. His eyes lit up when he saw the big guy. And when you're 6'10 and versatile, you could take advantage of mismatches. You got a big guy, you drive him. If it's a smaller guy, back him down. Settle is poised for a big year. He's gotten stronger. I think he's shooting it even better. He was in the AAC All-Tournament team last year. At 6'10", he's a shot blocker, and he can guard point guards. Like, watch right here. He'll pick up Durr. Look at that. How often do you see a 6'10 guy guard your point guard and block shots?
Durr, hands off. Will weave at the top. Durr, stared down by Settle. We approach 16 minutes to play here in the first half. 11-5 Temple. Bounce pass. There's Collins. Down in the paint. Turning, spinning. Ooh, tough shot.
I'm partial to big guys. I like old school basketball, little bully ball, feed the big guys down low. A lot of success, more with the post offense than the post defense so far.
Dak Mordar with the tough basket there for the 7-footer. Cuts the lead 6. Spinning. Oh, Stanford up under. Gets the English.
Great one-on-one play. I thought that could have been an old school and one. Thought there was some contact as he was shooting.
Bashir gives up the dribble over to Collins. Bounce pass down low. Another turn, spin, and the shot comes up short. And the offensive board, no, defensive board comes out by the house. Here comes Temple. In transition, Barry slows it down as we hit the 15-minute mark. On the wing, Settle thinks, goes baseline. Settle glides to the bucket. He comes up short, and the rebound is run down by Collins.
Mortar's 7-foot length affected that shot.
And a little take to the basket, push to the ground, and we'll get some free throws. But first, a timeout here on the floor.
To the bucket. A lot of contact down there. It's rough and tumble. It's early in the season, but the motivation's high.
13-7, 14:45 left to go here at the Jersey Jam.
Choose Deborah, Princeton Center, New Jersey's only heart hospital. The best team for your heart health. Scan our QR code to win NBA tickets.
Welcome back here to Jersey Jam, and of course Temple and Monmouth. Mike Gill, Dr. John Giannini on the call tonight, and Temple getting out to a fast start, 13-7. A little timeout there. Monmouth trying to keep the pace, keep themselves in this game a little bit.
Well, again, Temple's game plan is very simple. No threes. Collins made one early, but it was a tough one with him almost falling out. They have a couple baskets inside, but the bottom line is outside of those 3 buckets, Temple's been getting stops, and defense and offense work together. Those stops have allowed Temple to get down the court and play with a lot of tempo and get some offensive advantages.
Durr at the line. Madison Durr, a junior from Atlanta, GA, hits the first. Misses the first, excuse me.
Durr's interesting. He's a 6'5" point guard. A lot of size on this Monmouth team. I think their defensive potential at Monmouth is through the roof, especially when they get Valencia back. They're all conference forward with the sports hernia. And the reason I say that, they got 7-footers inside. All of a sudden, if you have Valencia at 6'9", you got 2 shot blockers on the court. You got a tough guy like Collins. And they just took Durr out, put Demings in, their backup point guard, who's a little bit quicker.
Down low, doubled, tried to pass his way out of it. Swing, Mashburn for 3, down.
The problem with double teaming is someone's left open, and when that someone is Jamal Mashburn, that 3 is almost as good as a layup.
Some size into the game for Temple as they try to counter. Bashir off the iron, no good. Rebound batted up and taken down as Ball gets the board. Bashir rattles it and out ball, another board. Put back is front iron, no good. And we got a whistle and a foul coming over the back.
Temple struggled on the glass against Sacred Heart. Sometimes smaller, quicker teams can get to those offensive rebounds a little bit quicker than bigger teams. And of course, Coach King's Rice teams are known for all-out effort.
Foul called on Keita as the fadeaway by Bashir. You mentioned, Coach, Bashir's not afraid to jack him up.
At all. And he's talented. He's going to have a great year.
The zone into the game, handling the basketball. Mashburn, cross-court pass. Ball fake in the corner, settle. Swing back to Mashburn, puts the ball on the floor a couple of times, and then pulls it back out. Looking for the screen. 10 on the shot clock. Mashburn, tough shot.
You know, the Mountain West Conference, I believe, had 6 NCAA teams last year. That is a heck of a league, and Mashburn led that league in scoring, is a 2-time all-conference player, a great get for the Temple Owls. He could play in any conference in America.
Shear lost the handle. Collins runs it down, and then he gets to take it away. Mashburn with the steal. 10-point lead for Temple. Settle the third, spinning, backing his way, high off the glass, no good. Rebound Keita, and it's pulled down by Ball. Back in the transition comes Monmouth. Bashir all the way, cut to the bucket, and no, he took steps. So another turnover for Monmouth.
So you wonder if Mashburn Jr. could play anywhere in the country. How did Temple get him? Interesting backstory there. Assistant coach Mike Huger grew up with his dad, so there was a relationship there. And guess who his first recruiting call was? Midnight, the first night you could call recruits after a sophomore year of high school. It was from Coach Adam Fisher and Jim Larinaga. Coach Fisher was an assistant at Miami. They were recruiting Mashburn for Miami U, but the first recruiting call he ever got was from Adam Fisher. There was the family relationship with Mike Huger, and now the Owls have one of the best scorers in America based on those relationships.
Down low, the shot goes down. Tough shot by Dylan Petit.
Petit's dad was a great player at Temple as well. Played for 4 straight NCAA tournament teams at Temple under legendary John Chaney.
Bashir, back iron, getting some nice board there by DAZN. And wide open, a layup and the foul. So Petit, the freshman, gets himself squared up nicely, gets the bucket, it'll go to the line.
Yeah, we got some outstanding players with great pedigree in this game. We already talked about Petit's dad, Derek Petit. The Temple coaches say he's only a freshman, but he's our best athlete. And right here, what do athletes do? They run the floor. Petit beats people down the floor. Now he's got a chance to get 4 points in his first couple minutes. Great productivity for a freshman, and what a great upside.
By the way, Mashburn's going to take his first break, so we'll see who steps up here in his absence, Coach. This is always those times. How do you manage when your big guy's out? 22-8, Temple has the lead. Free throw, no good. Rebound pulled down by Monmouth. Chris Morgan.
You're more comfortable taking out a star player like that with the lead, certainly. And you do need to rest those guys. You can't wear them out, especially over a long season.
Bounce pass, down on the block. Up, under, up, no good. Rebound again, Temple, well, one and done, and Petit's got a nice little run here, coming off the bench. How big is it to get minutes like this from a freshman? There he is with the dunk.
Petit's probably wondering, everyone told me being a freshman would be hard. This isn't hard. He's having a day.
The Lancaster, Texas native with a dunk and gives Temple a 24-8 lead. 11:41 left to go here on JerseyJam.net. 24-8, Temple leads Monmouth with 11:41 left here in the first half. And Temple on a little run. Petit off the bench just giving him a little jump.
He's been terrific. As I mentioned, they say he's their best athlete. He's a great screen and roll guy. That last possession, he sets a screen, gets the guard open, and Monmouth stops the guard. But when you help on a guard, you got to help the helper rotate to pick up the big guy. They failed at the rim protection part of their coverage, and Petit gets an easy one. But the story of the game so far is Temple's defense. They've really been on lockdown mode, and that's fueled their offense as well. No threes, no fast breaks for Monmouth. That's what they're trying to do, or prevent, I should say.
Madison Dar with the ball, top of the key. The lead off for Ball. Nope. Coming through on the rotation is Bashir. Trying to get him going. Here's Ball. Gives up the dribble. 7 on the shot clock. Turning, spinning. 4 on the shot clock. Bang, it goes. And a nice bailout there from Chris Morgan.
Another example of Morgan and a big guy getting the ball too deep in the paint, getting too easy of a shot. The post play's been good for Monmouth.
Kick out, thought about a 3, Piccarelli, and a nice easy 8-footer.
Piccarelli, known as a three-point shooter, but look at his body. He's worked on it. He's quicker this year. He's better off the bounce.
Bouncing, and no good as Madison Durr got deep into the paint there.
So Durr is a point guard who a lot of people think is almost a power forward. He's a post-up guy. He's strong. He's physical. Some people say he's not really a post. Point guard. I say, why not? He's a good enough ball handler to get it up the court. Then once he gets it up the court, he could bully smaller guards. That's his game.
First free throw is good. 12 points against Michigan State, 3 assists in the game. That's a tough opening night assignment for all the changes.
Listen, not many people are winning at Michigan State. That's just not happening. And here's what I love about Monmouth. They fall behind 17-2, and then in the second half, they cut the lead to 6 for a 20-minute stretch. They outscored Michigan State in that hostile environment by 9. So this is a tough, hard-nosed team with Monmouth. Right now, though, they're just getting locked down, and Temple's giving up no threes or easy buckets.
Monmouth, Petit tries to throw one down. He's blocked from the backside by Morgan, but a foul. Monmouth changing up their defense there. They're trying to show a little something to Temple.
So right here, you'll see 2 people on the ball. They're covering the pick, but not the rim. And the reason why Temple is lifting their shooters from the corner above the free throw line. And as the defense moves with those shooters, it exposes the rim. So really good off-ball spacing with lifting shooters by Coach Fisher that makes ball screen coverage really, really tough for Monmouth.
Freshman from Lancaster, Dallas, Texas. Makes 1 of 2, and Temple's going to bring Duradola back in.
So this Temple's game plan, it's a good example. It's hard to win without making threes. Monmouth's getting some baskets in the post, but they're not getting threes or fast break baskets.
Splits defenders to the bucket and fouled. Nice little, Durr splitting the 2 Owls and getting his way right to the lane and getting himself to the line.
You nailed it. Against that kind of ball screen defense, when they put 2 people on you, you could split the big guy who's helping. Now, Durr's not much of a three-point shooter. I would question Temple. Why not go behind that screen and dare Durr to shoot? By coming at him with 2 people, now he can get low, use his quickness, and get that split you talked about there.
First free throw is good from the junior from Atlanta, Georgia. And settles back in for Piccarelli. So a quick little breather for Steve Settle III. Second one coming here for Madison Durr, a 6'5" junior guard.
So his double-figure game at Michigan State was the 39th of his career. Here's another Jamal Mashburn Jr.'s stat. Last game was his 100th double-figure game in college basketball. Only 4 people in the country have done that. So we're watching one of the best bucket getters in America.
Taking it strong to the basket, gets a right hand, Duradola, who's right back into the game and right back into the box score.
Duradola and Petit, 2 freshman bigs, playing real well for Temple. Boy, you got to be excited about that future.
6 points for Duradola. And the Owls lead at 29-14. Under 10 minutes to play here in this first half at Jersey Jam. Bashir not bashful for three, and Mashburn snares it down. In transition, here come the Owls. Left of the lane, pull up from the elbow. Mashburn smooth.
Collins couldn't do that any better. We just said only 4 players in America have the number of double-figure games that Mashburn has. It's a treat watching him go to work. But look at this defense by Temple. Watch them run at this shot.
Collins kick out, Ball answers, and Ball gets on the board for his first triple of the night.
And that's where Coach Fisher's upset. He believes that's how Monmouth could beat them with the 3-ball. He doesn't want overhelp. That's a breakdown by Temple.
Settle puts the ball on the floor with the left-hand dribble at the foul line. All the way, works his way into the paint. He just kind of throws one up and gets himself to the line. Foul's going to be called on Chris Morgan.
And those are the guard skills at 6'10" from the former 5'9" high school point guard. How about that growth spurt?
It's nice to be able to have a life of those skill sets and then grow into a new one.
Exactly. What he did there was really advanced. Once he beat his man, he did what's called a hostage dribble. He actually stopped and boxed his man out while he was dribbling the ball. That's an advanced skill.
So here comes Stanford back into the game for Temple. Settle's second shot coming. Steve Settle the third. Transferred from Howard University. He's at DeMatha, one of the legendary high schools in our high school basketball world. Makes a pair. 33-17 Temple. Durr with the belt high dribble, gives it off to the right side. Over to Robinson, ball catches just inside the three-point line, and the rebound, is taken down by Duradola. Mashburn comes up right in front of us on the sideline. Gets a switch, got a little 2-3 look now by Monmouth. Mashburn, dribble drive, pump fake deep into the paint, kick out, 15 on the shot clock, spinning, Settle, left hand, can't get it, but boy, and he shows the skills at 6'10", and that's just a tough guy to defend.
He really is. Drive the bigger guys, post up the smaller guys. Look at this, that in traffic spinning, using his left. Settle's poised for a big year.
And it's that extra at the end. He kind of double clutches with that left hand, the ability to switch hands.
And how about his defense? Guarding Durr. He's the very rare player that can truly guard all 5 positions, block shots, switch on to smaller guards, or in this case be matched up against a smaller guard.
Yeah, averaged just under 9 points and 5 rebounds last year, so Temple hoping for a little bit more from him this year.
He had an illness, so they say you see his build. He got down to 170 pounds at one point last year, so he went through some things. They think he'll be much better.
Kick out Robinson, Ball for 3, and that rattles down. So Ball with 2 triples.
That's how Monmouth will get back into this game. That is the opposite of what Coach Fisher wanted, but sometimes on penetration, if you don't want to give up threes, you can't overhelp. You might have to give up some twos if you want to prevent the threes.
Settle goes baseline, then pulls up for 3, and it's long, and the rebound comes down to Monmouth. Trying to cut into the lead. There's a 3 by Ray. Bang! And Ray connects.
I am surprised Coach Fisher's not getting a timeout, because that's a transition basket and a 3. That's a breakdown of everything they've talked about this week. Surprised he's not talking about that in a timeout.
12-point lead, Temple with the ball. Barry gives up the dribble. He hands it off over for Stanford. Stanford spinning at the elbow, turning, facing, back iron. Offensive rebound, Settle, and they get the new shot clock. Kick out, Stanford, and he throws it away. So the pressure defense by Monmouth is starting to handle Temple a little bit better than the beginning of this game. Temple's going to take a timeout. 35-23, 7:08 left to go here on JerseyJam.net. Back here on JerseyJam.net, Temple 35-23, but a rough 4-minute stretch there that got Monmouth back in this game.
Defense and offense are more connected than they're disconnected. Temple giving up some threes, over helping. They didn't do that earlier. They gave up a transition three, violating the two biggest parts of their game plan. And now you see on that highlight, now they don't have a fast break. They got to attack a set defense, and now they're turning it over. So their defensive woes have created some offensive challenges for them, and Monmouth back in this game.
Ray, who just hit the three. That one's long, but it's tipped out by Ball. He keeps it in, blocked away. Big block there. DeZone with the block, and they take it right back to the paint. Robinson high off the glass, and he's too hard, but he's fouled straight up and down. The defender thought, but not the case. Charles Robinson Jr., the sophomore from Willingboro, is going to get to the line.
It takes a lot of discipline to do what you said, Mike, stay straight up, because most of the time, watch the arms come down a little bit. If those arms, right there, he's vertical, but watch this. You see the arms down ever so slightly? If you come down at all and get into that offensive player's space, it's a foul every time. So the discipline to keep your hands back is significant, because, of course, your impulse is to kind of reach for the ball.
Second free throw coming for Charles Robinson. And that one's good. Cornelius Robinson, excuse me.
Monmouth is chipping away at this, and a lot of it has to do with Temple not being as effective defensively.
Using the screen, Mashburn gets the switch. Mashburn puts the ball on the floor, and he throws it into the corner, deep baseline, kick out, and he throws it away.
So two things. First, outstanding help by Monmouth. When you don't let teams go middle, you're designed to help from the weak side across the lane, and that's a hard pass. But the other thing is Temple's been plagued by turnovers through the first game and a half this year.
Collins. Crossover, Durr loses the handle to steal. DeZone, and he loses the handle. So back and forth we go, and that one's thrown up to Collins. Collins at the foul line, gives it back up and starts it over. Durr says, let's set this thing back up. Under 6 minutes to play, and he goes hard to the basket, hard to the floor, and a foul.
So Monmouth, the pattern is very similar to the Michigan State game. Right here we see the hard drive, and that's just winning a one-on-one battle. That's a blow-by right there. Look at that. Durr goes right by Barry. And that's not just getting beat. That's what coaches call a straight line drive or a blow-by. So credit to Durr. Remember, Durr not much of a shooter. If you're scouting him, you got to play him for the drive, which Temple didn't do. Another defensive lapse.
He was 8 for 8 from the line in the opener against Michigan State in 21 minutes.
And how many threes? I don't think any. So if a guy goes to the line 8 times and shoots no threes, I might expect him to drive.
You thought you were going to catch me unprepared. 0 threes, Coach, 0. 0 attempts, by the way, from 3 in that first game.
The other thing about Temple's turnovers, actually, it's, believe it or not, a little by design. Coach Fisher's trying to get them to make quick decisions, really move the ball. And when you make the quick decisions, you make more mistakes.
Mashburn finally gets himself back in action. Cooled off for a moment, but he hits a 3 and he's fouled. Mashburn there saying, you know what, I don't like the way this thing's going. Let me take over.
Mike, you've been calling out these switches, and you talk about defensive things that don't work. I know Robinson is an outstanding defender, is a power forward. He's a tough guy, gets loose balls, drives on the floor. But you got your hands full guarding one of the best scorers in America. I would try to keep Jack Collins on him and not switch, because I don't know if many people can guard a guy like Mashburn unless you got some special defensive qualities.
Big 3 by Mashburn and the free throw. Robinson. There's Ray. That shot might have been knocked off from the backside by Mashburn, but it was short. And here come the Owls. 39-26, coming up on 5 minutes to play here in the first half. Temple has led pretty much throughout.
There's that switch again.
Demings, by the way, called for the foul.
Other interesting thing, sometimes early in the year, coaches will try different things to actually see what works. Because they're experimenting a little bit with their team, too, and trying to work on things.
With all these transfers and everything, how well do these coaches in Game 2 know these guys?
They don't. They really don't. They don't know what will work well. So they're working on switching, and switching could be a good thing with Robinson. I just think with Mashburn, unless you have your best defender on Temple's best player, I think Mashburn has a mismatch with anyone else you're going to put on him.
The G with a pair of free throws pushes the lead back to 41-26 for the Owls. Demings over to Bashir. Bashir trying to get around the screen. Little scoop shot, no good. Short, and the rebound is pulled down. 3 in the corner for Ray. That's long, and it's taken down by Settle. Temple trying to push this lead back up after a little flurry there by Monmouth. The T, jab steps into the corner for Settle.
Settle should have backed down Demings. I don't know why he gave that ball up with the 6-footer on him.
Mashburn inside the arc, front iron, no good. Not a great shot there, but T, 3 ball. That one's straight off the mark. It's no good, and the rebound is taken down by Chris Morgan. Bashir has really not gotten going in this one. This one dribbles off his foot. And Temple coach is going to take a quick timeout. Looks like Coach Fisher wants to talk over something. They lead at 41-26 with 4:09 left to go here in the first half on JerseyJam.net. All right, welcome back. Temple 41-26, and there was a officials review during the timeout here. We're going to show you what happened in that quick little review there during this timeout.
Clearly looking to see whether it was a 3 or a 2. There's the switch that Temple has been hurting. I like that. Boomerang it right back to Mashburn. Clearly behind the line for 3.
So Mashburn's 3 is good, and it keeps the score at 41-26 out of the Temple timeout. Mashburn with the ball, 4 minutes left to play here in the first half. Man-to-man defense here by Monmouth. They've trailed throughout, mainly in part of this guy with another tough shot.
So that time they don't switch. Demings is a good point guard, but the thing about Mashburn is he can get where he wants. He gets to that 12-foot range and just shoots a comfortable shot.
Collins the ball streaks down the middle, a fadeaway shot, can't get it to fall. Settle rips down the board. 3, and that goes. So a 3-ball there for Jameel Brown.
Brown, the Penn State transfer, known as a three-point shooter. There you have Settle at 6'10", rebounding, then pushing it like a point guard. That's Coach Fisher's vision offensively. Guys playing to their strengths.
Collins bodies the ball. Ball gets it blocked away. And here come the Owls in transition. Mashburn tries to launch one up to Settle, who catches and comes back down with it. Now they get into the corner for 3. Brown again, it's too long, and the rebound is knocked out of bounds. It's going to go to Monmouth. .255 left to play here in the half. 46-26, largest lead of the game for Temple of 20. Bashir, and he finally gets something to go down.
It's just a matter of time for Bashir. He's a very good player. Temple's defense has had him on lockdown, and without his all-conference partner, Jarrett Valencia, Temple can focus on him a little more.
Mashburn! Boy, Coach, you're going to let me shoot this? He says, I'll take it.
Exactly. He was at the NBA range. They went a little under the screen. Mashburn knows exactly what he's doing.
Collins backing his way in, loses the handle, and it's taken by Brown, and then he comes crashing down. Seems to be okay as he pops back up.
So here's the other thing about Mashburn, though. His coaches say he's likable, he's a leader, and sometimes when you have a prolific scorer that takes a lot of shots, well, a lot of other guys wish that they might be taking those shots. There could be some dissension, but nothing even close to that with the Temple Owls. Again, we talk about how this team has 9 new players. Do they like each other? Mashburn is personally likable, and that's really helped the chemistry of this team. Plus, you don't hear about him breaking down on defense. So he's not just a scorer, he's a leader, and he's holding his own on the defensive end.
Brown up the line. You mentioned he Penn State. Philly guy, so he comes back home to play at Temple after starting his career at Penn State. Played 27 games for the Nittanies. 4 points per game out at State College. Gets a pair of free throws there, 51-28. Bashir cross court, thought about a 3. Durr loses the handle, ball's on the floor. 10 on the shot clock, too strong. Settle comes down with it. Settle crosses over ball, jump step, and can't get that to fall, but boy, talk about skill.
And how. And we've talked about his uniqueness throughout this game. At 6'10", having those guard skills.
That's his first personal.
And there's the extra strength that maybe he hasn't had in the past. With his body type, he's never going to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but he's got the strength now to absorb that contact.
Yeah, that little extra jumps, almost a euro for his size to be able to change directions like that.
Again, if he was big his whole life, he probably wouldn't have that skill. But I guarantee you, when he was 5'9" as a high school freshman, he had to know how to handle the ball, and as he grew, he kept those skills. Great story.
53-28, Temple extending their lead. Bashir, kick out.
Terrific defense by Mashburn.
Now Bashir pulls up from way out and connects, keeping them hanging around. 53-31, cutting into that Temple lead. They needed that.
They did, and that was a tough shot. It was contested, but Bashir has the talent to make tough shots.
Corner 3, Petit way off the mark, and here come Monmouth coming up on minute to play. Bashir feeling it, he's short, and the rebound by Petit. Well, one and done possession there for the Temple defense. Settle. Corner 3, Petit off the iron, no good, back rebound. And Dennings comes down with it. Dennings in the corner for Ball. Ball for 3, too strong. The offensive board. 32 seconds. Durr to the basket, and he's fouled with 9 on the shot clock. And he's fouled, looks like, by Quante Berry.
So hard to be critical of a defense that's given you a 22-point lead. And maybe Temple isn't getting too sophisticated with their scouting reports, just working on their fundamentals. But once again, Durr is a driver. He goes to the free throw line. I would think you got to give him a little bit more of a cushion, not press up on him where he could get by you, and maybe dare him to shoot the ball because he's better driving than he is shooting.
Madison Durr makes the first. Jack Collins back in from Manasquan, New Jersey. Yeah, Monmouth, a lot of we talked about it in the open. They got a lot of new faces. They're just trying to figure out who's here, who's not, who showed up with a name tag on tonight.
And Mecca, another one of their big men who's a big-time defender, Georgia Tech transfer, he's out. But the big thing is Valencia. He's a big-time talent, and they're without him. He'll have a huge impact when he returns.
Coming up on 10 seconds. Shot clock unplugged. 53-33. Temple holding for one. Taking it to the bucket. Strong. Can't get it to go. But a foul with 1.8 on the clock.
The Hawks foul. Whistle on number 1. Bashir Jr.
Not settling for a three. I like the aggressiveness going to the rim at the end of the half for that very reason. You could get a foul. If you settle for a jump shot in that situation, you know, you don't have this opportunity to not only make the shot, but in case you don't get to the free throw line.
First free throw is good for the redshirt sophomore. Providence, transferred from Providence.
So Temple has their starting point guard, Lynn Greer Jr. out, so credit Barry for not missing a beat.
Free throw's no good. The rebound goes the length of the court, and that will do it for the first half. Here at the Jersey Jam at the Cure Arena in Trenton. First of two games tonight on JerseyJam.net. Right now, Temple leads Monmouth 54-33. We'll have the entire second half plus game two tipping off tonight at 8:30 between Princeton and Duquesne. Stick around for that. That's going to be a good one. And the second half is coming up here on JerseyJam.net. right, welcome back, everybody. About to start the second half here at the Cure Arena Insurance Center. Jersey Jam, Mike Gill, Dr. John Giannini, of course. 54-33 Temple, kind of in control of this one. Monmouth made a little run, but they can't keep up with Jamal Mashburn Jr. We talked about him in the open as advertised.
The stats show that he's one of the best players offensively in the country. Over 100 now, double-figure games. He's got 17 at the half in this game, and what's happening is that there's switching going on, and he is really hurting basically any defender that's not Jack Collins. If I'm Monmouth, I'm trying to keep Jack Collins on Mashburn because that's your best defender, and unless you got best on best, Mashburn's going to do a lot of damage.
Mashburn with 17 points, and he's done it taking the ball to the basket, shooting the three. He's made some tough shots, too. I mean, some of these times Monmouth is trying to D him up, and he's just making some really tough shots.
There's a real tough one right there. But, you know, he's a tough shot maker, and as we said, he's done this 101 times in his career now. The guy is a born bucket getter. I think it's pretty clear if you're coaching against him, you better have your best defender on him, and that means you might not be able to do a lot of switching and help, but really just try to stay with him, maybe even play a combination defense, a little box and one or triangle and two to make things as tough as possible. Usually a player can't beat you by themselves. Jamal Mashburn Jr. might be an exception to that.
What's King Rice's message? You know, you've had many of these talks, both in the lead and down. They're down 21 here, and you got a guy like Mashburn cooking right now. What is he telling his team coming out of the locker room?
First, you have the effort point of view, okay? I'm telling them in both locker rooms now, the score is 0-0. We're winning this half. And remember, they came from 17 down to make it a game at Michigan State. So you have the motivational pride thing, but then offensively, Monmouth is struggling as well. And I'm telling you, they run good stuff. They need to be a little bit more patient. Don't worry about catching up. There's no 21-point play for them to catch up quickly, but run your stuff, execute, try to get better shots than you did in the first half because they have a good offensive package that they haven't executed as well as they can.
Monmouth will start with the ball as we get ready to start the second half. JerseyJam.net. It's the first of two. You got Duquesne and Princeton later. I'm really looking forward to seeing both those teams. Duquesne, a tournament team last year, beat BYU, lost to Illinois in the second round, and Princeton had that UNLV loss in the NIT. But man, both of those teams look like, especially Princeton, looks like they are going to be a force in the Ivy.
Well, you're talking two championship programs. Princeton's won 3 straight Ivy League championships. They lost in the conference tournament last year, but as you mentioned, Duquesne won the A10 tournament championship. So we're talking about teams with a lot of momentum coming into the season and some special players.
That game's coming up next, but right now back to live action between Temple and Monmouth, 54-33, as we are back here at the Jersey Jam 2024, presented by Deborah Heart and Lung Center. Settle, catch, three, in and out, no good. Rebound Collins. Transition for Monmouth. One bucket at a time. They need to try to eat into this 21-point lead in the steal. And Settle is fouled by Robinson. To a sloppy start to the second half.
I know I just said I'd like to see Monmouth really execute offensively, be a little more patient, but there is an exception. If Bashir can catch and shoot, he should. I think he turned down a shot that time. You're never more open than when you first catch the ball. And when you can shoot like Bashir, if you can get it off, pull the trigger.
Good take to the basket, but a block by Collins from the backside of Barry, so it goes off of a Monmouth player. It'll stick with the Owls. Temple 1-0 with a win over Sacred Heart in the opener. And Monmouth 0-1. They lost to Michigan State. So 2 tough ones for Monmouth to open the season here, having to go to the Big Ten. And now Temple in the American. Settle uses the screen between the circles. Off to Barry for 3. Too strong. Rebound, taken down, and Durr corrals it and gets it off to Collins. Man-to-man defense by Temple crosses the timeline. And a foul out on the perimeter.
The Temple foul charged to number 1, Zion
Stanford. whistled for that foul.
Team's first of the half.
Collins will trigger in front on the sideline. And Durr, another foul off the ball.
Yale's foul charge to 0.
This one is called on Quante Berry.
Second personal. Second team foul for Temple.
Monmouth will inbound underneath their own basket. Durr, the trigger man, gets it into Bashir, puts it right on the floor. Bounces one out from the free throw line and gets it to go down. So there is Bashir.
He's so talented. At 6'7", he can shoot over you, and I love the step back. When you can shoot, people crowd you. The only way to get space is to step back.
Mashburn, shot, front iron, no good. Rebound taken down by Bashir. Bashir in transition. He's got a man, Collins, and Collins' reverse layup is good.
And that's what you want if you're Coach King Rice. You want to see your team get better this half. You want to see them play with pride. And the Hawks are coming out hard.
4-0 run out of the locker room for Monmouth. Stanford using the Daradola screen off the back of the iron, no good. Settle with the rebound, the little left hand, and it's short, and he's fouled. Settle will get to the line.
The Monmouth foul charge to 21, Chris Morgan.
And Chris Morgan, the senior, is whistled for the foul. That's his third personal foul. They're going to get some size quickly off the bench here. Ball's going to jump back in. Mudar.
At the line for Temple. 2 shots.
And when fully healthy, Monmouth will have a 3-headed monster. Remember, Mecca, 6'9", transfer from Georgia Tech, is out today. But between Mecca, Mordor, who's coming in now, and Morgan, they got 3 physically impressive people to man the post. And again, when they get Valencia, Jarrett Valencia, their all-conference preseason player back, who's a shot-blocking, 3-point shooter, super athletic, impactful player, they're really going to elevate their team, and especially their defense. To have 2 elite shot blockers on the court at all times is something not many teams have, and Monmouth should have that soon.
1 of 2 from the free throw line for Settle. 55-37. Durr tries to alley-oop up one to ball, and looks like we got whistles. Maybe a push from the back there. The foul's going to be whistled on Zion Stanford.
Temple foul charge to number 1, Zion Stanford, second personal.
So 2 on Stanford. A lot of fouls early on here for Temple in this second half. They lead at 55-37. Bashir crosses over, doubled. Step back 3, front iron no good, tipped up, and taken down by Collins on the offensive board. New shot clock for the Hawks. Durr, 3, too strong. Rebound ripped down by Settle. That's his first 3 attempt of the season.
Well, I love Settle getting a one-on-one stop and then elevating for the rebound over the rim. Settle, he might be an all-conference player this year in the American, the way he's looking here today.
Appeared in 31 games for Temple last year. 3-ball up, down, and no good. Rebound ripped down by Collins. Berry looked confident on that shot, but couldn't get it to fall. Bashir over to Collins for 3, and he gets it.
Major breakdown. Settle and the guard both went with Bashir. That's called a ghost screen, where Collins acts like he's going to set a screen. They get ready to switch, but then he disappears, never sets the screen, goes into open space.
Temple looking for the first field goal here in the second half. 3, up, Settle, down it goes, and Settle gets that 3-ball to go.
The old cliche, Settle's done everything but sell popcorn here today.
Ball for 3. We got a little 3-point competition. Back and forth we go. No good from Ball. Rebound Temple. A foul on Monmouth. A lot of fouls in the early going here. We got Temple getting a bunch, and now Monmouth a bunch.
And you're trying to win this game, but you're also trying to get better. So Temple, you want to cut back on the fouling. And that wide open 3 that Collins had in a close game, that could cost you the game. That miscommunication, 2 players going with 1, not talking it out, is an issue.
Berry. Duradola positions himself. He gets one to fall. Powered his way to the rim.
So Mashburn we've talked about, very impressive. Settle we've talked about, very impressive. How about the freshman combination of Duradola and Batiste? 2 6'8" players, first-year players doing work in this game, being productive and efficient. And remember, Lynn Greer Jr. is out. Their starting point guard normally for Temple with an NCAA suspension. He's a dynamic former All-Big 5 player transfer from St. Joe's. And Elijah Gray, their starting center's out. So Temple's only going to get better and deeper from this point. Same thing for Monmouth once they get Valencia and Mecca back.
Duradola, the freshman, makes the free throw, then takes a seat for his efforts to push the lead back up to 21. Uses the screen, goes one-on-one, takes it strong to the basket, comes up short, rebound Ball. Ball with the putback and the rebound is good.
Big play for Ball for this reason. He played a lot as a freshman 2 years ago, had a broken wrist last year, sat out and redshirted, so he's just getting his feet wet back again and trying to build some confidence, and that play helps.
Mashburn, one-on-one. Mashburn, elbow, jumper, smooth.
Amazing how consistently he can do this. Just make shot after shot, even against good defense.
Dirk, couple dribbles, over to Bashir. Bashir trying to get himself going here. And he is fouled from the backside. Reaching around there is Barry. I think that's his second foul of the quarter, or excuse me, of the half. And a timeout on the floor. 15-12. We'll take it with them. Temple 63, Monmouth 42, JerseyJam.net. Mike Gill, Dr. John Giannini, Coach, Mashburn, he's kind of leading the way here, but the depth of Temple has been a story in this game tonight. Their bench is giving them some production.
It really has, and right there you could see in the cherry color sweats, Lynn Greer Jr., he's about to sit down. He's actually next to his father, the legendary Lynn Greer Sr., who scored well over 2,000 points at Temple. But he's under an NCAA suspension right now, and I'm just telling you, at practice this week, he was unstoppable. I mean, obviously Mashburn is special for them offensively, but Greer is super explosive from the point guard position. And again, Elijah Gray, Temple fans don't know about him. He's a transfer from Fordham, but from the center position, he's really skilled. He can shoot the three, and he's out. He's in concussion protocol.
Three, Bashir can't get that to go. 63-42. Settle, three.
So Settle's always shot the three, but watching him in drill work this fall, it's so much smoother and more confident. I just think it's obvious he's going to have an amazing year.
Collins working his way to the hoop. No good. Rebound offensive side by Durr. Ball. Thought about a three. Now he's going to pull it up from three. In and out. Rattles out. No good. Rebound taken out by Settle.
That's Temple's game plan, to fly by the Monmouth shooters and make them dribble so they can't shoot in rhythm.
Mashburn. Settle. Three. Off the mark. No good. Rebound Durr. 66-42. Excuse me. And nice little turn and face. And Martyr.
How about the catch by Mortar? I mean, if that was like an NFL wide receiver thing, full speed, elevate to catch the ball at the highest point, come down under control, but in basketball you got to go up and finish. So impressive at 7 foot.
Mashburn and Mortar with the rebound. Got him from the South Sudan. 7-footer. And Mortar catches and turns and faces again, squared the shoulders.
And the hands. He caught both those passes in traffic while moving and was under control afterwards.
Mashburn trying to take it to Mortar, and Mortar a little late getting down there, and the foul, and this is where Mashburn coach is so tough.
You won't see this very often. A 6'2 player, and that's generous, finishing against the 7-footer. But watch him absorb the contact with his left shoulder, protect the ball, and get it off against the elite length of Mortar. Yeah, there's not many players in America who can do that. Again, that long-time family relationship with assistant coach Mike Hugar, the long-time relationship with Coach Fisher, who recruited him when he was at University of Miami, bought Mashburn to Temple because he had a lot of options. He could have gone almost anywhere, but he's an Owl now.
Extends the lead, 69-46. That one's short. The rebound comes down to the Owls. But all Temple in this one. 16-win season for Temple.
So the story, you mentioned the 16-win season. The amazing thing, though, is the 8-3 finish, making it to the AAC championship game. They also made it to the Big 5 championship game. They had a losing streak in the middle, lost a lot of close games, but they kept the ship afloat. They didn't change a lot. Some people say the definition of insanity is keep doing the same things and expecting a different result. But when you're close in the game of basketball, sometimes sticking with your philosophy pays the most dividends in the long run, and that's what Temple did last year.
Here's Brown into the game. Piccarelli, who just entered as well, and he's going to take a little fadeaway, too strong, and the rebound it takes down by Monmouth. Hawks in transition. Bashir on the wing, over to Robinson. Here's Brown. Bashir just has not been able to get going. Off the Collins, three's too strong, and the rebound's run down by Monmouth. They'll get a new shot clock. The turnaround is strong. Two Hawks fight for it. Now the ball's on the ground, and Robinson is the victor.
Well, two things on that play. First, Temple's back to outstanding three-point defense. Second, you mentioned Robinson. This guy is tough. He's a loose ball getting, a 50-50 ball getting, rebound crashing, dive on the floor guy that you love to coach.
Out of the inbound, Bashir for three. Too strong. Rebound Mashburn.
Really well contested. Temple not giving up threes.
Bashir has 1 of 9 from three. And that one's an answer. And there's Brown.
That's his calling card. He's a 3-and-D guy.
Jameel Brown, the transfer from Penn State, making a mark tonight for Temple. Morgan, deep into the paint. Morgan, right-hand shot short, and the rebound Robinson. Robinson up, 3 Owls surrounding him. He hits the deck hard, and he's fouled.
Robinson, he's a heart and soul guy. Not one effort, but 2 or 3 efforts, whatever it takes. Falling on the floor, you gotta love the effort of Robinson.
So Robinson and the foul, timeout on the floor, 11:36 left to play. Temple 72, Monmouth 46, JerseyJam.net.
Cornelius Robinson Jr. shooting 1-1.
All right, Cornelius Robinson's at the free throw line for Monmouth. Makes good on the first one.
Congratulations for Robinson Jr. Back on the floor for Monmouth, number 7, Justin Ray.
And Justin Ray has re-entered for
Shane Tisoni.
We haven't
Monmouth.
heard from Ray, but a lot of that is because of Temple's respect for him. Ray had 12 points at Michigan State in his first college game, and he was a big part of Temple's game plan, and that's one of the reasons he's been quiet. Temple is focused on the freshman.
Monmouth with some pressure. And a nice little jumper. He hit one from the other end of the court earlier in the game, did Piccarelli.
And last year, Piccarelli did not have this level of quickness, was mostly a three-point shooter. This year, a better defender and driver.
Spinning, leaves it on the floor, and it's stolen away. Temple's D has been tough. Temple's made some tough shots. And Temple has a 74-48 lead with 11 minutes to go. All the way, Barry takes it as the seas parted in the middle of the paint.
Yeah, Morgan without enough help in ball screen defense. The first thing is to stop the ball. That means the big guy guarding the screener has to hedge or switch or protect the rim. Not enough help.
Demings hands it off for Robinson. Robinson from the free throw line. That's strong, and here comes Temple with another one-and-done defensive effort. Barry with the board.
And this is really good for Temple to play without Mashburn and get used to that a little bit.
Brown's had a nice night off the bench. 3 ball off the back iron, and an offensive board. Dizzoni. 3 short. Rebound Monmouth. Demings in transition. Robinson. Spinning. Kick out. 3. Collins. Short. And the rebound. Temple under 10 minutes, taking their time, 76-48. Dizzoni uses the screen. Good defense as Robinson. Barry splitting defenders. Now pushes one forward and put back, and it's good by Duradola.
It's amazing how simple the pick and roll is. It'll be run for the eternity of basketball history, but it's really hard to guard. We talked about Morgan has to help on the guard, so he does, but then that leaves Duradolo open for an offensive rebound.
Deming's three, and that's short. Clearing the glass. Comes Dizzoni. He uses the screen, and there's a three. That's off the mark. Collins gets the board, outlets it to Ray. Ray tries to go to the baseline, and a foul. Looks like an offensive foul.
I'll tell you, with regard to Ray, he's having a quiet game, but this guy's going to have a great career. He's fearless. He played terrific against Michigan State. He can make the three. His second game is certainly not going to be one of his best, but as I repeated, he's been a big focal point, believe it or not, even though he's a freshman, of Temple scouting report. They have a ton of respect for him.
Largest lead for Temple. They're up 30. Settle, three. One and done. And Collins loses the handle. And a jam. Throws one down for Chris Morgan.
And Monmouth continues to battle. It was 30 points, but Collins fought for that loose ball, and it paid off.
Barry, Settle, leaves one short. Rebound, run, and Settle runs it back down. Durr actually saved it to Settle. Brown thought about a three. Pulls it back out. Coming up on 8 minutes of play here in this game. It's been all Temple. Save for Coach, a little 4-minute run in the end of the first half. Monmouth kind of crept back into this game, but give Temple credit, they held them off. Durr cleans the glass. Into the corner, a three, and that rattles home for Jack Collins.
If you're Monmouth, you want to finish this game strong. You want to get better, and that possession was a terrific start with a stop, fast break, hit the open man.
Stanford into the paint, deep into the paint, and then he gets fouled. So he was trying to leave one off for Settle. There's a timeout on the floor with 7:31 left to play in this one. It's been all Temple, 78-53, JerseyJam.net. .53, and the Temple fans, coach, are thrilled to death. They've been all Temple. They've really started to pull away this one. Man, I'll tell you what, this team looks pretty impressive for the second game of the season. They look very fluid.
They're 2-0. It's Friday night, and that front row of Temple fans, I think they're going to have an enjoyable night out on the town.
Well, we're here at the Cure Insurance Arena in Trenton, New Jersey for the Jersey Jam. And Princeton and Duquesne making the trip from Pittsburgh all the way down here. Princeton from about 10 minutes up the road. They're coming up next at 8:30 is the scheduled tip time here on JerseyJam.net. We'll have that call for you as well. Are you surprised that Temple has really dominated this game?
I was very much expecting it to be extremely competitive. Temple, as well as myself, has great respect for not only this Monmouth team, but what Coach Rice has consistently built at Monmouth. And I'm thinking this will be an outlier by the end of the year as this Monmouth team gets better and gets Valencia back. They're all conference forward.
Yeah, and Coach, as Bashir's three is off the mark, when you're, a team like Monmouth coming from the Colonial, which is a really tough league, when you take that step up and you're missing a couple of guys, that makes a big difference.
So this is my vision for Monmouth from a personality point of view. They got three legit big guys with Mecca, who's not in, Morgan, who we see right over here, and Mordor. And I think we're going to see... So they got three legit big guys. Now Valencia power forward. Again, to have two elite shot blockers, big guys on the floor, and then Collins and Robinson give you highest level toughness. So now you have toughness and length and size at every position. Durr, 6'5" point guard. Like, you could be a defensive powerhouse with their personnel, but Valencia is a huge missing piece.
80-55, Temple in the lead. And the ball, Stanford. Left of the lane on the elbow. Baseline. Three ball, Brown, good.
And that's why loose balls and offensive rebounds are so important, because when you get it, the defense is scrambled and you find wide open shooters.
Got a foul riding down there by Settle, it sounds like.
Temple foul charge to number 1, Zion Stanford.
Actually, Stanford is going to get whistled for his third, and that'll send Madison Durr to the line. It feels like he's been living there tonight.
That's what he does. Not a prolific three-point shooter, but a 6'5" beast mode downhill point guard that is tough to keep out of the paint and off the free throw line. Now, I'm going to digress here. I'm a Chicago Bears fan. Our last game, the game was over in terms of who was going to win, and Caleb Williams gets hurt on the last play of the game. I'm not leaving Mashburn Jr. settle in much longer in this game.
I have been thinking about that for the last minute or so.
There's some Princeton fans getting ready to see the Tigers pursue their potentially fourth straight Ivy League title this year. What an accomplishment for Coach Henderson and the program.
That's a good team. Brown off the mark. Looking forward to seeing Princeton. Durr takes it strong and gets one high off the window.
He is a downhill beast. Monmouth has good pieces. Just Temple was exceptional today.
Yeah, looking forward to that one coming up next. Duquesne and Princeton. Duquesne, as we mentioned, they were a tournament team last year, so obviously a good tradition for the Dukes.
I know both teams extremely well, and Duquesne is very talented offensively, and Princeton has two of the best players in the country in Xavier Lee and Caden Pierce. And I'm talking, these guys are NBA prospects.
Bucket, foul, to the floor. And Shane Dezzoni having a little fun out there.
That's his third.
Dezzoni is a key player. 6'5", strong guard, transfer from Vanderbilt, brings energy, brings defense.
For the Hawks, number 4,
In their opener against Sacred Heart, he's what I call not necessarily a playmaker, but a play breaker. He gets deflections, steals, pressures the ball, messes up your timing, bumps cutters off routes. Excellent defensive player.
What if he skis it all, living in the Poconos Mountains, where he hails from? As you mentioned, he spent his time at Vanderbilt before transferring over here. Ball gets a jam and a foul.
I love the Monmouth bench jumping up. This coaching staff and team is in it for the long haul. They know this game is barely getting them into the season, and they're looking to get better. I love the enthusiasm. They're down, but they're fighting, and that bench and the staff is still into it, and they're into get better mode.
Ball's had a pretty solid night here.
So the first rule is to stop the ball on a pick and roll. The second thing is to protect the rim. It's easier said than done. That's why you see so many dunks on those pick and rolls. You got to rotate off a shooter, but then you're leaving a shooter open. That's why the pick and roll is so hard to defend. You got to pick your poison.
People in the Trenton area, in this Philadelphia area, Temple fans will remember Andrew Ball played at Shawnee High School in Marlton. The red shirt sophomore, and there's an answer from Settle. And they just haven't been able to lock these guys down. That's a tough shot, though.
At 6'10", he's going to be able to get that shot off. He can just shoot that three over people, and his three has never looked better. His body's never looked better than what it does right now.
Turnover. Oh, they're going to say it went off of a Temple player. Bashir's struggling to shoot it tonight. 3 of 13 from the field.
Well, let me ask this. How many of them have been open? Not many. That's probably his best look right there.
Down it goes. He gets a look.
And if I'm Coach Fisher, I'm upset. I don't care how big the lead is. You want to follow your game plan.
Mashburn, the pull-up. That's off the mark, and the rebound by Petit. Petit puts it up and fouled. Gets that one to toilet bowl down. And Temple, I mean, they're still playing tough. They're not acting like, sometimes you hear they're taking their foot off the gas. That doesn't feel like Temple right now.
No, I would agree with that. That's why I was concerned with their last possession defensively. And there's Petit, the freshman, shooting a high percentage. I'm quoting their coaches. They say he's the best athlete on their team, and another legacy player, that Derek Petit, at Temple from 92 to 96, 4 straight NCAA tournaments. This is what I love about Coach Fisher. He says, I know we have great tradition, but we can't talk about it too much. We got to talk about how are we going to make our mark. I love that attitude.
Ball tipped. Robinson from the elbow. Robinson backs his way down, powers his way up, and Cornelius Robinson, the sophomore, he's still fighting hard.
And that's where Petit will benefit from an offseason from freshman to sophomore year in the weight room.
We just talked about Ball at Shawnee. You remember Cornelius Robinson played with Wagner at Camden.
I mean, those are two South Jersey powerhouse programs right there.
And another timeout with 3:53 left to play in this one. All Temple, 92-67 on JerseyJam.net. 82-67, 3:53 left to play here at the Cure Arena in downtown Trenton. Mike Gill, Dr. John Giannini, and Temple coming out of the huddle here feeling pretty good. What's the outlook for this Owls team this year? If you were just watching, this is the only game you saw them play, you might say, whoa, I got high hopes for this team.
So top half of the AAC, the American Athletic Conference, and that should be a multi-bid league. That should produce 2 or 3 teams that go to the NCAA tournament. Temple made it to the conference championship game last year. So if you're Temple, you hope to be relevant in February going into March, either to make a run in the conference tournament or to compete for an at-large bid. But today was very impressive. They played much better than their first game against Sacred Heart. Remember, Lynn Greer Jr. is a significant piece, not just in name, because his dad was a great player, what he did at St. Joe's, being an All-Big Five player. He has been explosive in practice. And again, Elijah Gray, if he wasn't in concussion protocol, he would have been starting this game as a stretch 5. But your freshman Batee and Duradolo get some valuable experience and confidence. So hard for things to go better for Temple than they did tonight.
Yeah, looking forward to Greer getting back out there and Gray and see what this Temple team does. As ball gets that shot rejected by Settle, and he throwing it on both ends of the floor. Down it goes, a alley-oop exclamation point for the Owls. Batee, as they're running away with this one.
Now I'm curious to see how Temple plays next time out, because you want to handle success. Doesn't matter, get better. Win, doesn't matter, get better. Lose, if you're Monmouth, doesn't matter, get better. I got that recently from a coaching friend of mine. I said, what are you telling your team? Doesn't matter, get better. We say it every day.
Temple walking this one around with 2:40 left to play. They need it 94-69. And Settle's still out there. He's shooting threes off the back iron, no good. Rebound by Batee. Batee off the glass, and he's fouled. Boy, Batee has been giving them a nice spark off the bench. We talk about getting guys back, but that just deepens this bench.
Yes.
And Batee, hey, he's saying, I need more minutes, coach.
Absolutely.
That's his fourth.
His fast break basketball, and Barry setting up his freshman teammate. Draw, dish, and Batee, no one at Temple's going to be surprised by that dunk, because as they've told me, he's the most athletic player on the team. So throw it up, let him go get it. What a great future for Batee. And I'd also include his freshman teammate Duradolo in that.
So looks, by the way, Jamal Mashburn Jr. done for the night. 26 points on 10 of 15 shooting, 4 or 5 from 3 in 31 minutes.
So in both games, he shot 60+% from the field as a guard. That's not a big guy making layups and dunks. He's special on a national level.
And as you said, Coach, he's making long 4 or 5 from 3. I mean, and 26 points now in 2 games in a row.
And listen, the Mountain West Conference was ranked ahead of power conferences. Hey, the Big East only got 3 teams in. The Mountain West got 6. And this guy's an all-conference player from that level. So again, the Coach Huger relationship, the relationship with Coach Fisher going back to Miami, paying huge dividends with attracting Mashburn Jr. to Broad Street.
King Rice getting a couple of guys, Lucas Orchard into the game along Justin Ray. Ray's been playing a couple of minutes this game. He hit that 3 in that first half, and it felt like Monmouth was working their way back in, but they just couldn't really creep back into this one.
Monmouth went to Italy this summer. Ray had games where he was one of their leading scorers. He was one of their leading scorers at Michigan State. So they're high on Ray. Today's not going to change that one iota. And as I said, Temple, they talked about Ray a lot in their scouting report.
Sam Fagan into the game for Monmouth as well, and we're going to get one more. Corey Miller.
Sam Fagan, son of well-renowned high school coach Joe Fagan. And Sam was recruited pretty extensively before a knee injury and surgery, ACL, in high school. But he's a terrific coach's son, culture, depth player for the Monmouth Hawks.
Connor Gall into the game for the first time for Temple. Aiden Tobiasen as well, number 25 there in Cherry.
So Tobiasen, a Delaware Player of the Year, they think he can really have a significant role on this team. They've been debating whether or not to redshirt him. It looks like they're thinking of using him. They're high on him, real high.
Ray leaning and getting the foul. I was wondering if they were going to say that was on the floor, but no, they give him the bucket, and Justin Ray still competing.
Second personal. 33, Christian Tomasco. On for Temple.
Christian Tomasco also into the game for Temple as Ray makes the free throw. 97-72. Buck 35 left to go. Game 1 of 2 here at the Jersey Jam 2024, presented by Deborah Heart and Lung. Tobiasen showing some handles. Crossover and showing some range. Long 2.
First field goal attempt of his college career, and he knocks it down. That's got to feel good.
Miller, the lefty, shot is short. Tobiasen over to Petit. Ball stolen away. Then a little wrestle match between Ray and Tomasco.
So Tobiasen getting in this game with just a minute left, do not think he's an end-of-the-bench player for 1 second. The coaching staff believes he's a rotational player, and they're just trying to figure out whether to redshirt him or not, or how to use him this year. But they believe, they know he's an impactful player.
And another freshman, Holden Pierre Lewis for Temple, and Quinn Peters, a sophomore, for Monmouth. And Monmouth.
So here's something interesting. Pierre Louis and Tomasco, both 6'8", are actually walk-ons and good players. But your walk-ons are usually guards, guys who just gym rats who love basketball. Temple might have the biggest and 2 of the better walk-ons in America with the 6'8" Tomasco and Pierre Louis.
And this is Tomasco at the line. Yeah, you talk about some size.
Into the Monmouth lineup, number 8.
Also, seriously, you talk about how everyone contributes. I guarantee you, Tomasco and Pierre Louis, with their size, when they're running scout team stuff, simulating Monmouth's offense and whatever other teams run, those guys with their size and strength, they're helping that team get ready. Walk-ons are important.
Transfer from Hofstra. Archbishop Ryan. You know, this is the part of the game where there's a lot of guys, obviously, as you mentioned, clearing the bench, back into the bench. But this means a lot for these guys early to get a little run.
I love watching the bench cheer for their teammates who don't get all the attention and opportunities that they do. I always said if the world were walk-ons as well as manager, it would be a beautiful place because they're givers. They're not taking scholarships. They're not taking attention. They just work their butts off to try to make their teammates better. Every walk-on I've ever had, I would hire in a second because of that attitude.
Lucas Orchard from Wayne, Pennsylvania, makes a pair of free throws. Century mark for the Owls. And there's a 3. Another one for Tobiasen.
He's making Coach Fisher and myself look like we know what we're talking about because we said this guy can do work.
Off the mark, and Temple can walk it up the floor and walk out of here at the Jersey Jam with a victory. The Owls go to 2-0 as they beat Monmouth tonight, 103-74. And up next for the Owls, Tuesday night, Big 5 matchup with the Drexel Dragons. So Temple starts 2-0. They'll face Drexel on Tuesday. It was all Owls in this one, 103-74. Temple wins it over Monmouth. We'll have the most outstanding player of tonight's game. I have a hunch who that might be. We'll introduce him to you coming up next on JerseyJam.net. Stick around. What headset are you? What headset for Mashburn?
It's Jamal Mashburn Jr.
Congratulations.
Temple Owls and Jamal Mashburn Jr. on their Deborah Heart and Lung Center Jersey Jam win.
Can you hear me, Jamal?
Game 2 action continues momentarily as the Princeton Tigers take on the Duquesne Dukes.
Can you hear me, Jamal?
I can hear you now. Yes, I
That's
can hear you
coming your way.
Jamal, you've gotten comfortable very quickly with this team. 2 great games. What has helped you become so comfortable so quickly?
Oh man, I mean, just my teammates, man. My teammates and my coaches, they believe in me. They want me to be my authentic self. You know, I'm always in attack mode. I always stay in the gym, and you know, they just love me for who I am, and I can only thank them and be grateful, you know, for them every single day.
So that's the mental part of things, the relationship part of things. Now let's talk about ball.
Yep.
What is it about the talent and skill set and philosophy of this team that can get you guys to a high level?
Man, we got a lot of, I'm going to say this, we got a lot of things we got to correct on that defensive side, but I mean, we got some firepower offensively, man. I mean, we play out of concepts, and you know, Coach Fisk gives us a lot of freedom to operate, communicate on the court, you know, and our player talk is really good. You know, obviously it's going to get better as the year goes along, but man, our connectivity, you know, player-wise has been really good. That's what's been fueling us right now.
So I understand long before you considered coming to Temple, you've had relationships with this coaching staff.
Yeah.
Talk about that a little bit.
Oh man, this is great. I mean, Coach Huger, man, he's known my dad since my dad was a little boy. So, you know, they grew up in the same little neighborhood, so in Harlem and stuff. So, and you know, Coach Fish, he was at University of Miami. He was an assistant there, so he recruited me in high school. So it's just great. It's a full circle moment for me, especially this being my 5th year, my last year at college. So it's only right I go out with this group of guys, this group of, you know, teammates and coaches. So it's great.
Well, congratulations on a great start, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Jamal Mashburn Jr., 26 points for Temple, 10 of 15 shooting, 4 of 5 from 3 in 31 minutes is tonight's most outstanding player. And Coach, you just heard him right there. Very confident young man.
Demonstrated ability and skill, and he's been a scorer for an awfully long time, but it's the efficiency of his game, shooting 60% or better from the guard position. That's beyond impressive.
Well, once again, Temple wins it over Monmouth tonight in Game 1 of our doubleheader here at Jersey Jam. Mike Gill, Dr. John Giannini, stick around. The 2 of us are back. We're going to go freshen up, maybe comb our hair a little bit, and we'll have Game 2 between Duquesne and Princeton. And that is coming up. Tip-off is set for 8:30 here on JerseyJam.net.
Jacob Huggins.
And welcome everybody to downtown Trenton to the Cure Insurance Arena here for the Jersey Jam. The doubleheader, that's the nightcap between Duquesne and Princeton. Mike Gill and the Big Five Hall of Famer, Dr. John Giannetti. We got a good one for you. The Princeton Tigers taking on the Duquesne Dukes. And when we talk about Princeton, we got to start, Coach, with their dynamic duo.
Xavier Lee, who's coming right out now, and Caden Pierce, number 3, are two of the best players in America. They are legitimate NBA prospects. Over 20 NBA teams have already visited campus to check them out personally. Lee is spectacular. Deep threes, step backs, slither, slash to the rim. Whereas Pierce, not necessarily spectacular, but a workhorse, a relentless rebounder, an overpowering driver, completely fundamentally sound. They're one of the best combinations in all of college basketball.
Mitch Henderson's the head coach for Princeton, his 13th season, 232 and 122. Princeton's looking for their 4th consecutive Ivy League regular season title. They want to go back to the NCAA tournament. Duquesne went to the NCAA tournament a year ago. They beat BYU. They want to get back there, but tonight they got to concentrate on Princeton. Who do they need to step up to do that?
Maximus Edwards, former Atlantic 10, Rookie of the Year, a career double-figure scorer, and why Edwards is such a challenge for Princeton is his size and strength. He's number 8. He'll be out next for the Duquesne Dukes, but it will be tough for the smaller Princeton guards. For as talented as Princeton's backcourt is, they don't have the size and strength at the guard position as Maximus Edwards. Then the other key to the game coming out right now is Jakob Netjes. Netjes is a breakout candidate in the Atlantic 10. He led the FIBA Under-20 European Tournament this summer, scoring over 18 points a game, but he's also an incredible defender. He'll be matched up both on Lee and Pierce. So Netjes is key defensively and offensively. Edwards is a tough matchup for the smaller Princeton backcourt.
For the Dukes last season. Of course, the Dukes, the Atlantic 10 tournament champions, they went to the round of 32. They returned 2 starters from last year's team. They bring in 7 transfers in hopes of trying to building on the momentum of last year. It's Duquesne and it's Princeton. It's the Jersey Jam in Trenton. The nightcap. It's coming up here on jerseyjam.net. We'll have all the action for you. You know, Monmouth, they struggled in that first game, just couldn't get going here. This could be a little tighter. Lot of talent in this game, and everybody's going to be keeping their eyes on the guys that you mentioned in the opener there. But I'm really interested to see the complimentary stuff here. How the other guys kind of step up, and who is that guy who steps in and carries these teams?
One-point win where they really had a fight and struggle to win against Iona in the first game. Taking Pierce played good. That's not sustainable.
Live action here as we start things off at the Jersey Jam. Duquesne dressed in white, red, white, and blue, and an offensive foul already to start things off the foul on David Dixon. As the Dukes won the tap. Princeton dressed in black, white, and orange.
Is a relentless defender. He will challenge me, but he sees that every night and has built a great career even against the kind of great defensive attention that Rozier's paying to him right here.
Here's Huggins. Put the defensive pressure on. 10 on the shot clock. Lee looking for some help. He puts it on the floor. Lee all the way to the back. Going to kick out, and he throws it away. Transition. Here comes Netjes, and Netjes lays one in. We got our first 2 for the Dukes.
And Coach Joyce will be thrilled it came off the defense because this is a team that can score. You mentioned transfers. They have 5 transfers who have a Division I, double figures already in Division I. But defense, that's where the challenge for the Dukes are, and they're off to a good start.
Hickey leaves it for Pierce. Pierce and Lee. Watch those 2, 3 and 2, 3 and 1. There's Lee, swings it. Over to Davis. Davis, pull back, no good. Rebound, ripped down by Pierce. The offensive board is good.
Pierce, one of the best rebounders in America. He's relentless. He can jump, he's strong, but his want to is what sets him apart.
Rozier, back up top. Rozier swings it quickly, puts it on the floor, back to Rozier. Rozier thought about it, gets it down low. Dixon, bounce pass, it's kicked away and picked up by the Tigers. Crosses the timeline.
Both teams effectively double-teaming the post.
Pierce leaves to Lee. Lee with a left-hand scoop shot. That was wildly out of control and poured down by Necic. Ball's on the floor, sloppy play, picked up by the Tigers. Here comes Princeton. Pierce kicks it in the corner. Lee, up top for Davis. Davis pulls it between the circles, off to Lee on the wing. There's Pierce, looking for the two-man. Puts it on the floor one time, then gives up the dribble. 10 on the shot clock. Davis spinning to the basket, blocked away early. Dixon involved. Outlet pass to Edwards. Edwards pull up, left-hand shot, way off the mark. Necic tried to fight for the board, and it's pulled down by Princeton. Streaking up the right sideline. Hickey, spinning, turning, facing, and then he kicks it out to Lee.
There you saw the defensive ability of Necic to win one-on-one battles.
Lee in the corner, there's Hickey. He's stopped at the block down low, and we got a steal. Dixon pulls it away. We'll get you the starters in just a moment as Corbett backs down and gets it to Dixon for the bucket. And it's 4-2, Duquesne, who starts Dixon, Rozier, Corbett, Necic, and Edwards for Duquesne. We'll get you the Princeton 5 in just a moment. Into the corner for Lee. Jab step, then he pulls for three. It's way off the mark. And the rebound's pulled down by Rozier. Outlet pass by Duquesne. Here comes Rozier. Swings it. Edwards splitting the lane. Eye off the grass. No good. Rebound ripped out by Jackson Hickey. Coast to coast with the layup, too strong, and that can't go. Princeton is finding it tough to get a bucket here.
Expected double team here. Princeton, that's what they do in the post.
Dixon, Necic, Rozier for three. Rattles in and out, no good. Rebound ripped down by Huggins. Lee looks off the defender and gets a three.
He missed a few, but that's not going to deter him. He has such a reservoir of great games that his confidence is unshakable, and the range and step back are deadly weapons for him. He made 2 step-back threes late in their opener against Iona that flat-out won the game for Princeton.
Pull back, Rozier, and he gets that to fall. They were down double digits, I think 16 in that game, Coach, and came back.
Yeah, I was there, and it was great poise by Princeton, and the pressure of Iona really bothered them, and they thought that will help them prepare for Duquesne, who also likes to pressure.
Hickey turning, facing, spinning, left hand, Kevin McHale style, and that ball's ripped down.
And I love the discipline of Corbett defending Hickey in the post, not biting on any of those fakes.
Edwards, and he's fouled en route to the basket. 14:52 left to go here in the first half. Duquesne 6, Princeton 5, our first timeout of the game. We'll take it with them here on JerseyJam.net. welcome back. And as we were going to timeout there, Coach, David Dixon, the 6'9 junior forward from Memphis, Tennessee, he was kind of getting helped off the floor. He had his arms corralled around two assistants. Looks like he's kind of okay. He's hanging out of the huddle here. But that's something to keep an eye on.
Dixon's a high-level defender. He's already had a couple blocks and changed some shots in this game. You're right. It's something definitely to keep an eye on. He's a potential breakout player in the A-10 as well. Duquesne's very talented. They have to be encouraged by their defense. They lost their opener against Lipscomb. If you're not a diehard college basketball fan, you wouldn't know that Lipscomb's picked to win the Atlantic Sun Conference this year. So not a horrible loss, but if you're in the A-10, you need to win at home. And the reason Lipscomb won that game is Duquesne did not have a great defensive game. They have plenty of scoring on this Duquesne team, but they'll go as far as their defense takes them.
All right, let's get the starting five for Princeton. Xavier Lee, Caden Pierce, Jakub Huggins, Dalen Davis, and Jackson Hickey. I got a little mix of the Duquesne and Princeton mix match there, but that's the starting five for the Princeton Tigers, who lead at 6-5 out of the timeout. Here we go. A couple changes already early. Jake DeMichael is in the game, wearing 44, and in that bucket there, Matus Kronsky.
Ronsky, as a junior, has paid his dues in this program. My breakout returning guys for Duquesne are number one, Netchus, and then Dixon and Ronsky. These guys are invested, talented, older players.
Cross-court Pierce to Lee, back over to Byriel, just into the game, and he hits a three off the bench.
Princeton has four centers, and they're all dramatically different. Byriel is strictly a face-up stretch center, a three-point shooter. Think of Zach Martini and what he did for Princeton last year. That's very similar to Byriel.
Good pass out of the double. Three on the wing goes down. Trey Dinkins.
Double teaming the post is a theme in this game. Both teams do it. Princeton has to do it because they have smaller guards, but how well prepared these teams are to handle those double teams, reverse it to the open man, will be critical. Duquesne did a great job.
You got a foul down on the block there, it looks like. They are calling the players to the benches here, and the officials are kind of getting together. See what they come up with here. Looks like a foul. And they're coming over to the broadcast location here. Coach John Giannini's going to get what is happening. It's the Jersey Jam. Game 1, Temple wins 103-74. And, of course, this is Game 2 just underway. Coach, all right, what do we got here?
So Wilborn for Duquesne was defending a cut and made contact with the cutter. The contact looked like it could have been at the neck or above, which could be considered a flagrant, to be hitting in a vulnerable area, and that's what they're looking at, to see how severe and where and how threatening that contact was and whether it would warrant a flagrant one. So right there's the forearm to the face.
It's a little incidental, or?
No, whenever you hit someone in the face with the forearm, yeah, that wasn't by accident.
Yep.
Now the ironic thing is he was in legal guarding position. If he stood there, he might have gotten an offensive foul.
By the way, it's a great shot by our camera crew.
Tremendous shot. But the forearm to the chin area, I personally would say that's, based on the definition of the rule, that's unnecessary to put your forearm up around the face. I would call it a flagrant based on the reading of the rule.
The foul on 25 scores and upgraded to a flagrant one.
It is a flagrant one.
I get that wrong so often. I'm glad I got that right. But again, the reason why he was in with his feet were fine, but it's unnecessary to lift that forearm up into the face, and that's what warrants a flagrant. Was it unnecessary?
So the flagrant one sends Lee to the line.
No.
And that was the first foul on Wilborn, second team foul.
Missed the first one. First on Wilborn, second team foul, second free throw coming for Xavier Lee, and he misses them both.
Yeah, that, I don't know if you'll see that again the rest of the year.
I was going to say, how many times do we think we'll see Xavier Lee miss a pair from the free throw line?
You know what's interesting, though? You get hit in the face, and that has something to do with it. If you've ever gotten a stinger, especially like in the nose, it's not pleasant.
He was 6 of 7 from the line in their opener against Iona. Nice cut, and it's blocked away. Huge block by Wilborn. Wilborn with the block, and now he's working his way to the bucket and gets a deuce.
Wilborn letting it be known that he's in this game on both ends. Wow.
He was one called for the foul as well, the flagrant, and a jam on the backside. Abdullabi with Lee on the dime.
So when you go to block a shot, you leave the person you're guarding open for a rebound or dunk. Hopefully you contain the ball, don't have to help too much.
Dinkins too strong. Rebound comes Princeton. Here come the Tigers up the far sideline. Lee in the corner. Three ball is off the mark. No good. And we got a push off on the backside as Caden Pierce had position. And the foul's going to be called on Duquesne. 13-10. A little action there.
Wilborn, a 6'9" transfer from St. Francis, PA, transferring up a level. And we'll see him on both ends over here. Yeah, shot blocking and dunking.
Byriel gives up the dribble, looking for some help. He hands it off. 6 on the shot clock. Davis with 3 on the shot clock. A 2, but boy, the clock was running.
So in the NBA, they say you need 3 stars. College, it would be nice too. Davis could be that third person. He is an explosive one-on-one player. He had some huge games last year for Princeton. He's a perfect third scorer next to Pierce and Lee.
Dinkins spinning his way to the paint, up off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound ripped down. Here comes Pierce. Pierce loses it, kicks it right on out to Byriel. Davis. Pierce looking for a clear out. He goes baseline. Good cutoff. And a little jumper short. The rebound's taken down by Duquesne. 13-12. Duquesne leads. 11:25 left to play in the first. Wilburn. Scoop shot with the left hand, a little out of control. And then Princeton loses the handle. It goes out of bounds. And there's an official's timeout. 11:16 left to play here in the first half. Duquesne 13 and Princeton 12 on JerseyJam.net. 13-12, Duquesne leads Princeton here on JerseyJam.net. It's a Friday night. College basketball is back downtown Trenton. What a great event this is. And, man, we got some plays going on both ends of the floor.
Abdullah High, one of the best athletes Princeton has had in a long time, just a freshman. Coming in from the corner. I've seen a lot of Princeton basketball. I know their staff well. And when they say he might be the best athlete during the Mitch Henderson era, that is a heck of a comment. They say Abdullahi is a guy who can guard all 5 positions. Shot blocker, can switch on to point guards. In his debut as a freshman against Iona in their opener, he was highly efficient. Had a dunk just like this as soon as he got in the game. Had a switch on defense, communicated, showed some veteran-type defensive characteristics. He's out of the game now, and we talked about the 3-headed monster, Byriel the shooter. You have Abdullahi the athlete, and Huggins is the traditional big. Last game, number 12, was perfect 6 for 6 from the field. He's a layup dunk defensive guy, but 0 for 4 from the free throw line. So we'll see if he's put back on the line and how he would do today. Dixon, who was banged up earlier, back in.
Back to live action. Misses the easy little, well, not so easy sometimes. Sometimes it almost looks too easy. It looked like he was off the wrong foot. Lee gets his shot blocked away by Dixon, who's back in the game.
Dixon's a defensive force. Talented Duquesne team. Dixon's another breakout potential guy.
And Dixon loses the handle. Lee comes up with the loose change. Goes behind the back, loses the handle, and then the ball's loose on the floor. And we got a kicked ball, looks like the call here.
So that's fascinating because it really wasn't a kick. It looked like he tried to grip the ball between his ankles. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Let's see the replay.
I guess it's illegal because you're controlling the ball with your feet. Look, he's not kicking that. He's actually trying to, because of where it's located, right there. Look at that.
He's got it trapped.
But anytime your players dive on the floor, you love that effort, giving up their bodies to try to get an extra possession.
Now another losing the handle.
So whenever you hear about a hard hedge, that was perfectly executed by Huggins. Pick and roll, he's at the level of the screen. When the guard comes off, boom, there's Huggins. He creates discomfort and a turnover. Perfect defensive execution of the hard hedge by Huggins.
That's Maximus Edwards with the turnover. Princeton leads by 1. 3 ball from the wing, off the mark, no good, ripped down. Trey Dinkins. Over to Netches. Dixon back to the game, power up, kick out. Dinkins gets deep into the lane, then kicks it out to Rozier. Good defense, cutting off nicely by the Tigers. Netches for 3, that's off the mark, and here comes Lee.
Great defensive possession. Another great job of helping and recovering on the hedge and pick and roll by Huggins.
Blake Peters into the game for the first time for Princeton in 24 in black. Lee on the side. 10 on the shot clock.
Netches 6'8", matched up against the superstar guard.
Lee pulls from way downtown. It's hard off the mark. It goes out of bounds. It'll stay off of Dixon, and the Tigers will retain possession.
I'll tell you what, with defensive talent like Dixon as a shot blocker and Netches as a switchable 6'8" player, and here's something about Netches. He's 6'8". I think he might be bigger than that. Bill Walton was over 7 foot, but never said he was 7 foot because he didn't want to be called a 7-footer. Netches is the biggest 6'8" guy I've ever seen. Most guys inflate their size. I think Netches downplays it. He's gigantic, and he moves his feet.
Lee gets the switch on Dixon, uses it, and kicks it out to Pierce. Pierce in the corner for Lee. Peters. 5 on the shot clock. Lee trying to get some separation. Over to Peters for 3. And Peters catch and shoot. He was ready for it.
Really good defense. Tough contested 3 at the end of the shot clock. And here's what's interesting. Last year in the championship Princeton season, Peters started every game. This year, unselfishly coming off the bench because it improves the team when he comes in. And it's a luxury. But what an unselfish move for him to embrace that new role after being a full-time starter.
Maximus Edwards, deep 3. That goes down. Kareem Rozier showing some range.
Rozier, not only relentless in effort, former coach Keith Dambrot said he's the best leader he's ever had, and this is a guy who coached LeBron James, coached for over 30 years, and he said that about Rozier when he was a freshman. This guy's got special qualities.
Dribble drive, loses the handle, ball is free, and Maximus Edwards comes up with the loose change. Edwards kicks it into the corner, back up top for Dinkins. Dinkins with a three, that's off the mark. Peters fights for the rebound along with Dixon, and then it goes knocked out of bounds by Huggins. And it looks like there's going to be a timeout with just under 8 minutes left to play. 7:56 left to go in the first half. 16-15. Duquesne leads Princeton on JerseyJam.net. Duquesne leads at 16-15 over Princeton here at the Jersey Jam. JerseyJam.net viewers out there, we're having a great time here in Trenton, New Jersey. Mike Gill along with Dr. John Giannini, and we're seeing some high-level basketball, some top-quality players in this game. Three-point shots starting to get going for both of these sides. We got the block shots, dunks, but the three-point shot could be a factor in who wins this one.
Kareem Rozier is a fierce competitor. He's way past the NBA line on that. But I'm telling you, all he's heard about all week is how great Xavier Lee is. And Lee is amazing. But Rozier is, I'm sure, having none of that, and he's embracing this challenge. Watch the way he's defending Lee, nose to nose, chest to chest, and he's going to be aggressive as well. When he gets an open look like that, Kareem Rozier is a great competitor.
Rozier with 5 for Duquesne. And we mentioned, Duquesne went to the NCAA tournament last year. They won a first-round game, made it to the round of 32. And a lot of new faces that Drew Joyce is trying to work in here. They have 9 new players on this roster. And here they are going with Princeton, who wants to go back to the tournament. And Peters' shot, he's fouled from beyond the arc, so he'll get 3.
Duquesne's defense today is much better than it was against Lipscomb, and that's the key to their season. They have plenty of scoring. I keep talking about the potential breakout candidates on this team. There you see a trap, but not well executed because you're leaving the best shooter on the court wide open with no rotations, and that's more of what Duquesne did against Lipscomb. Some defensive lapses and breakout downs that really, really cost them. But again, of their transfers, 5 of them are proven Division I double-figure scorers. Wronski had a great summer in the FIBA tournament. We talked about Netchus averaging over 18 points a game in the FIBA European Under-20 tournament. Really deep Duquesne team, and one of Coach Joyce's challenges will be figuring out the chemistry because he's got 10, 11 weapons. He has a player, Williams, who's hurt today, who averaged 13 points a game for an NCAA tournament team at Furman. So they're 11, 12 deep, and they got to figure out what lineups are best for the Dukes.
Temple looks like Princeton looks like they've switched to a zone. And they get a steal out of it. They changed their defensive look up.
They changed the way they covered the post. They just doubled the post, and they'll do that to protect their smaller guards.
Coming up short was Dalen Davis. He got his own, but then got a little aggressive. I think he was a little frustrated by the miss there.
So, center position for Princeton. Here's the 4th center, Happy. a freshman. What a great name, by the way. And he is a 6'10" shooter, a lot like Byriel, but a little bit bigger.
That's him on the ball, number 4. Matchup zone by Princeton. Rozier shows the ball, fades away off the back of the iron, no good. Rebound by Wilborn, kicks it back out. Maximus Edwards cut, splitting down the lane, and a layup. Nice dish, and Corbett with the finish.
Yeah, if you could get loose balls when that ball's chaotically bouncing around, if you get possession, the defense isn't set, you get an easy one.
CJ Happy with the ball, backing his way, spinning, baseline, reverse lay, and he's fouled. So CJ Happy, a freshman forward from Sterling, Massachusetts.
Charge to 25, Eli Wilborn.
A lot of different looks at center for Princeton, 4 different players. CJ Happy, a good shooter, but has the size at 6'9" to play inside or outside. So Byriel, mostly outside when he's at the center. Happy could be inside, outside. Abdullahi, athletic finisher, dunker. Huggins, also more of an inside guy. So a lot of different looks for Princeton depending on who they choose to play at the center position.
His brother Mark's a hockey player, tough guy. Over at Plymouth State he played. So you got a basketball player and a hockey player in the family.
You can see that combination often.
Makes 1 of 2 from the free throw line, and Princeton takes a 1-point lead. Nice look and a lay. David Dixon.
Duquesne super prepared for Princeton's double teams in the post. And you notice Princeton doesn't often double team if it's a big guy in the post, but they have smaller guards. So Corbett at 6'6", if he's posting up a smaller guard, they'll double team him. But Princeton completely prepared to dive the open person for a layup. I'm sorry, Duquesne prepared.
Pierce takes it strong to the basket, and he's pushed kind of on his way out, and he comes up short. Here comes Duquesne, just under 6 minutes to play here in the first half. Maximus Edwards for 3. That's front rim, no good. Rebound taken down by Blake Peters. Peters leaves it for Lee, and here come the Tigers. Lee to Happy. Down to Pierce. Pierce backing his way deep into the paint. Fades and fires and gets it to go. Caden Pierce, the junior.
Yeah, that's going to be a basket almost every time. Pierce is overpowering down low. He commands a double team.
4 points for Pierce. There's the double. They kick it out. Rozier into the corner. Edwards for 3. It's short. And the rebound comes down. Here comes Blake Peters. Peters and loses handle. Good steal by Rozier. Nice hands. 1-on-1. Lowers a little bit. No call. Peters goes flying down the court. Peters catches. Now he'll shoot the 3. That one's way off the mark. Lee saves it underneath his own basket. Happy loses the handle. Then he throws it nearly away off of Trey Dinkins. They're going to slow down the pace.
It's wild, but it's fun. And the wildness comes from all these defensive play breaking and deflections.
Drew Joyce is going to call timeout. The fun not fun enough for him. His team trails 21-20 with 4:50 left to play here in the first half on JerseyJam.net. And you take a look at it right now where Princeton and Duquesne is back and forth. They're both making shots. You talk about the stars at the beginning of this game. Lee and Pierce, they haven't had their moments yet. A little bit, but both teams have contained the stars we talked about in the early portion of this game.
I would agree with this. On the Duquesne side, Princeton was worried about the size of their guards, especially Maximus Edwards, but Princeton's negated that with some double teaming. Now, at the same time, Duquesne's been ready, passed out of those double teams for some threes and some layups, so I like what Duquesne's done offensively. But Duquesne, as I said, much better defensive performance than they did in their opener. They're doing a pretty good job against Lee. They have to recognize when Pierce has the ball below the free throw line and get some help on him, or he's just going to overpower people.
Duquesne has just 1 field goal, and they're 1 of 11. Their last 11, I should say. So they've gone a little cold here. Princeton's on a 13-2 run over the last 8-15. So they've kind of kept this game right where it's at. Princeton 21-20.
Back on the floor for Duquesne, number 7,
Jakub Netjes back in for Duquesne. White, number 7. There he is. Hands off for Edwards.
Boy,
Edwards splits the defenders. Corbett, too strong. Lee takes on the entire Dukes team, can't get it to go, and we'll see what the call is. It's off of Princeton.
But Lee is exceptional in transition, explosive going to the basket, but we see on this play the length of Duquesne. Corbett getting a piece of that.
By-Real back in the game for Princeton, number 43. Coming up on 4 minutes to play, 21-20.
Yeah, they'll double team this at some point.
Tough shot.
And
Corbett goes.
And the one time they don't double team, Corbett at 6'6", scores against the 6'1", 6'2" Davis.
Nice baseline. Good touch, Peters.
I mean, Duquesne should keep going inside with their forwards and guards.
Blake Peters, the school's leader in three-pointers. By-Real powering his way, just ran right through the defender, and an offensive foul as By-Real just lowered the shoulder and basically said, "Get out of my way, I'm getting to the basket."
Rozier says, "I'm holding my ground. I don't care how big you are. I'm taking one for the team," and he excites the Duke with the momentum-changing defensive charge.
That's 5'9", Rozier against 6'9", By-Real, and there's the foul. 3:43 left on the clock in the first half. Duquesne 22, Princeton 21, here on JerseyJam.net. Welcome back to the capital of New Jersey. We're in Trenton for the Jersey Jam presented by Deborah Heart and Lung. JerseyJam.net. All our viewers out there tonight. It's Duquesne and it's Princeton. Early season, week 1 of the college basketball season. I can't wait to see what happens this year. Of course, so many storylines, but Duquesne went to the tournament last year. Princeton looking to get back after being disappointed in the Ivy League. And man, we're getting the juices flowing on this Friday night.
Well, again, Princeton won the regular season championship, just got upset in the Ivy championship semifinals as the #1 seed, but two teams coming off championship seasons with a ton of momentum, and it's all the battle that we expected.
Corbett loses the handle, then gets it back up and can't get it to go. Rebound, Blake Peters.
Abdullah's physicality seems a lot better than what you would expect from a freshman getting that stop down low against Corbett.
Davis back into the game with the ball. By-Real hits the cutter, Davis, and gets it to go. So Davis catch, turn, and shoot, and gets a bucket.
So it's Lee and Pierce we talked about are the dynamic duo, but on any given night, Davis can get you 20 to 30. So his offensive weaponry as a third option is a luxury for the Tigers.
Netjes for 3, and that goes. So the catch and shoot.
all based on execution. He sets a ball screen and then gets a fade screen himself, and defenders don't see those fade screens coming. It's from the sideline, they get blindsided, and you free up a good shooter with execution on the set play.
Davis, kick out. Peters thought about a three, over to Byriel for three, front iron, no good, rebound ripped down in Corbett. Transition, here comes Rozier. Coming up on 2 minutes to play here in the first half. Rozier, Corbett thought about it and then put the ball on the floor, kicked it to the basket. Corbett, turn, left hand, and too strong. Byriel runs it down. Here comes Lee in transition up the far sideline. Under 2 minutes to play here in the first half. Lee spins, runs to Netches, but then he dives, chops it off. Abdul Ali, and he throws it down.
And if I'm Duquesne, I'm a little bit upset because I believe that Lee pushed off and committed an offensive foul, which required an extra defender and left Abdul-High wide open.
Corbett with an answer with the assist from Rozier. A little penetration and the kick out.
And a very unorthodox shot by Corbett, and he's a positionless guy. Shoots, post, drives, double-figure score, transfer from Chicago State.
All right, 30-second timeout from Princeton, 28-25. They hit that three to kind of answer here, but we're under 2 minutes left in the half. 121, good game, a little back and forth. Princeton down by 3. Why is this timeout taken right here?
Well, I don't think that they like giving up that wide open three on the corner, but right there, I believe Lee pushed off on Edwards, so now a second defender had to come over, which left Abdul-High wide open. Yeah, in a game like this, with every possession critical, there's no question that Coach Henderson wanted to go over why that three was so open by Corbett. And the other thing is the use it or lose it. He might be drawing up the next 2 plays that he wants over here. Not only going over defensive strategy, but okay, here's the next 2 things I want before the end of the half.
Mitch Henderson in his 13th season with the Tigers. See what they come out with. With 1:21 left to play here in the first half. Tigers trail by 3. Davis, the trigger man.
To the lineup for Duquesne, 14, Matusz Ransky.
Love this Rozier-Lee matchup. It is complete intensity.
Lee, all the way to the bucket, a little scoop, and he's short. Rebound snapped down by Rozier. Rozier coming up on a minute to play here. Netches back to Rozier. Rozier behind the back.
Pierce cutting off a 5'9" point guard.
Rozier gets some space. Can't get that to go. It was a run down, and it's rebounded, and it's off of Byriel. It's going to stick with Duquesne. 53.9 left here in this half.
What a save by Ransky. Ransky's a guy who has never gotten major minutes, but always gives major effort. He came in at the end of a close game against St. Joe's last year and made a shot to send the game into overtime after not taking a shot the whole game. This guy, he's ready when opportunity calls.
Rozier will be the trigger man on the baseline. Into the corner on the set. Spinning. Bronsky fades, no good. Lee comes out of the pile with the ball, kicks it into the corner, and got a whistle and a push. So 43.2. And the foul's on Bronsky.
It's his first team foul, number 6.
16 fouls on Duquesne. Lee with the switch.
Oh, he can overpower Rozier.
Pierce working on Rozier, and it's stolen away. Rozier wins the battle again. 27 seconds, ball's on the floor, and now we're going to get a jump ball.
Well, you know the song, I Could Do It With a Little Help From My Friends? The reason he didn't beat Rozier is Corbett getting in the driving gap. He did not give right there, and then of course you see the scrap, the floor burns. But prior to that, the defensive positioning of Corbett didn't give Pierce any room to drive. Pierce forces it and nearly turns it over.
So the arrow is facing Princeton, which means 20 seconds to go back on the shot clock for the possession.
Yeah, obviously you want to use all the shot clock, so don't give Duquesne a ton of time to have their own scoring opportunity.
About a
here.
4-second differential.
I'm actually surprised Princeton's cutting and executing as much as they are rather than just dribbling it out.
Pierce on the wing. Pierce cross court, corner three, too strong, rebound, 5 seconds. Here comes Rozier. He's going to get one last shot. Rozier for three, off the mark. We go to halftime. Duquesne leads it 28-25 as we get ready for the second half here at the Jersey Jam. The doubleheader. Temple wins game one. Who will win game two? Well, stick around. We'll bring it for you right here on JerseyJam.net. And welcome back to the Jersey Jam here at the Cure Auto Arena in downtown Trenton. I'm Mike Gill. Dr. John Giannini's with me here. We got Duquesne and Princeton, and good offense, good defense, or bad offense, good defense. Well, what do we explain in this first half? 28-25, Duquesne leads.
My glass is half full. I'm all about the great defense because there's absolutely nothing easy in this game. Every shot's contested or blocked. Relentless pressure on the ball. Another rejection. Hard drives, lots of body at the rim, but on that instance, a little opening for the dish and the dunk. Draw the defense, dish Abdullahi, sending it home for one of the rare easy baskets, and the scrapping on the floor, the floor burns, the physical battles, the contesting of rebounds, physical contact. Of course it's going to be low scoring when every drive is contested, every shot is contested. I love the intensity of the game. Look at the help by Corbett getting in the driving gap, then everyone fighting for the ball. Hey, my glass is half full. I'm enjoying a defensive battle.
31% from the field for Princeton, 32% from the field for Duquesne. Just 3 of 10 from 3 for Princeton, 3 of 12 from 3 for Duquesne. Duquesne did not get to the line in the first half. You got a game, you mentioned muck it up, back and forth defense. They didn't get to the line once.
So you're right, and I think that's disciplined defense because guys aren't swinging at the ball or slapping at the ball, and it's well officiated. So it's rare that you have a physical, intense defensive game without a lot of fouls called. So I applaud the defensive discipline and the officiating and just the competitiveness of this game. That's been a one-possession game pretty much for the last 10 minutes.
This game's even Steven, coach. 18 rebounds for Princeton, 19 for Duquesne, 5 assists for each team. Both have 3 steals, 9 turnovers for Princeton, 8 for Duquesne. Something's got to give.
That's right. Everything matters in a game like this. One possession is critical. The A-10 tournament champions against the Ivy League regular season champions. And it's living up to its billing in terms of competitiveness.
Princeton about 5 minutes up the road from here. Duquesne made the cross-state trek from Pittsburgh over from Philly to Trenton. And here we are to start the second half. 28-25, Dukes with the lead in the ball. Rozier's trying to start things off with a 3, and he does. Netjes with the assist. Nice cross court.
Really good offense, really good defense. Both teams on that play executing their systems, and Rozier just makes a tough contested shot with Lee in his face. That's good basketball, both teams.
Starters starting the second half. Here's Pierce. Both Pierce and Lee kept in check in that first half. Lee 1 of 7 from the field. Here he is. Cross court. Kick out. Pierce quickly gets it over to Davis. Davis back to Pierce. 1 on the shot clock. Forced it. Short. Netjes with the board.
Every drive well defended, and Princeton was trying to drive. Duquesne won multiple one-on-one battles.
Maximus Edwards dumping it down low to Dixon. Hits the deck hard, but he converts the bucket. And what a hand by Rozier. Tips it to Netjes. Netjes running the break. Netjes down the middle. Netjes off the glass. The follow-up dunk goes by Dixon, but they're going to take a look at this one.
Well, they'll have to wait until there's a media timeout to check it out.
Our replay crew will be on it, I'm sure.
Yeah, the rule is they can only stop it if there was a foul called or if it's in the last 2 minutes of the game. Otherwise, the review comes at the first available timeout.
So for now, the bucket stands. They'll review it.
Duquesne's defense is a great deal better than it was in the opener against Lipscomb.
Peters on the floor.
Well, look at Rozier just competing against Lee. This will be a double, has to be.
Cross court, Byriel gets it to Davis, 7 on the shot clock. Davis, scoop shot, can't get that to fall. And the rebound's taken down by David Dixon. Cross court to Edwards. Edwards, left hand, too strong. Tries to get the board, and it's taken down by the Tigers. Here comes Lee. Lee working one-on-one with Netjes, and he's fouled. So Lee finally said, I had enough of this. He'll get to the line.
Lee, super explosive in transition, but on the possession before, he did a great job staying in front of Edwards and getting a stop. And there you see him just getting his shoulders by Netjes.
So, Lee, a junior, by the way.
The tough thing about a guy like Lee, okay, he was 1 for 7, but last 4 or 5 minutes of a game, he can take over. It's hard enough to hold him down for a half. Holding him down for a game, remember, Duquesne's job is barely more than halfway over, and Lee could be explosive during any segment of the game, especially late. But that's his 3rd missed free throw. That is really odd for him.
1 of 2 on that trip. Missed a pair earlier in the game. 33-26, Duquesne leads. Netjes, entry pass, nice look, Edwards. Now he kicks it out to Corbett. Maximus Edwards left, too strong. Dixon with the offensive board. Back to Edwards, who takes it strong. That's no good. Edwards throws it back up, and he's fouled.
The physicality of this game is at a high level. Everything is crowded. Look at the bodies in the paint. Look at all the people going after these rebounds. Look at all the arms. This is not a game for the meek or mild.
The frustration on Maximus Edwards, the George Washington transfer. Made the first of 2. 2 seasons at GW, started 46 games, played in 59. So he's got a lot of experience. Makes a pair to push the lead to 9. Pierce takes it strong, can't get it to fall. 1 and done.
Wilborn's size affected that. Shot blockers everywhere.
Rozier's entry pass is tipped away by Byriel and stolen away by the Tigers. Blake Pierce on the far sideline. Gives it off for Pierce. Nice back cut. Lee up and can't get it to fall, but he'll get to the line. So there's Pierce and Lee. We highlighted them in the open tonight.
So the simple rule is if you're denied, you see Edwards is between Lee and the passer, trying not to let Lee get the ball. And whenever you're denied, that's an automatic cut, especially in the Princeton offense. And there's no one more well-schooled at the backdoor cut than the Princeton Tigers.
Lee is in the record books at Princeton. Most points in a season last year with 495. Most assists in a season last year with 108. And most three-pointers made in a season with 52. So he's in the record books, earning first-team All-Ivy League accolades last year, looking to build on that in his junior season at Princeton. He misses the second one of 2.
Fourth missed free throw. And with all that scoring he did, he was also second in the Ivy in assist-to-turnover ratio, so an excellent passer and decision-maker as well.
That just turns and nearly throws away. Rozier rips it away from Lee, backs his way into the paint. Cross-court tipped, saved, 3, down. DeMichael.
Nothing easy. Rozier was lucky to get that ball out of the paint without a turnover and a tough late clock 3. That's what I'm saying. This is good defense, and if you score, you need better offense. You got to make a tough shot in this game. You ain't going to get many easy ones. Look at the chasing.
Happy into the game. 8 on the shot clock. Lee backing up. Lee, 3 on the shot clock, and he is fouled as Eli Wilborn, the sophomore from Middletown, Connecticut, roughing him up. We're going to take a timeout with them. 15:45 left to play here in this ball game. It's a 10-point Dukes lead, 37-27, JerseyJam.net. Back here at the Cure Insurance Arena in Trenton, Jersey Jam, JerseyJam.net. Mike Gill, Dr. John Giannetti. Got a 10-point Dukes lead here. How are they pulling this lead a little bit here?
Well, Duquesne's made some tough shots, but right here, this will help Princeton. Wilborn gets stuck in a scramble guarding the point guard Lee, and there's really no one at 6'9" who could guard Lee off the dribble. But Duquesne has simply made some tough shots. I mean, it really isn't that much more complicated. The defense on both sides is tremendous. We just saw DeMichael make a 3 deep in the corner late in the shot clock after Rozier was in trouble in the paint. I like the defense on both sides. Sometimes it's interesting. I ask coaches, what's the key? And they'll smile and say, got to make some shots. Sometimes it's as simple as that cliche.
37-27, 10-point lead for the Dukes. Princeton with the ball out of the timeout. They get it into Lee, who has struggled from the field tonight. And the free throw line. CJ happy. Over to Davis.
We should get this back to Davis right now.
Lee with 3 on the shot clock. Davis is going to have to shoot one up, and he gets it.
Yeah, once again, you could see that from a mile away. Davis should have got that ball sooner. When Wilborn ends up on a guard, that guard has to get the ball back immediately because a center can't guard Davis or Lee.
Good awareness, knowing the time on the shot clock as DeMichael takes it strong to the basket. He hits the court pretty hard. He's up. Foul is on Princeton.
Second personal.
Davis whistled for that foul, his second. Cuts the lead to 3. Excuse me, his 3 cut the lead to 7.
Yeah, Duquesne really has to find a way to keep Wilborn off of Lee and Davis. There's really no need to have your center in a switch against the other team's best guards.
Jake DeMichael, a sophomore, appeared in 30 games last year, started 21 games as a freshman.
Unbelievable stories on the Duquesne team. And DeMichael's one of them. He was a walk-on. Was over 2,000 points in high school, but in Western PA, small high school in terms of level of competition, didn't have Division I interest, literally didn't play. They inserted him into the starting lineup, and he never let go of that job afterwards.
There's a trap. Pierce to Lee. Lee runs in to 2 Duke defenders. So Lee is getting a little bit more aggressive here, putting the ball on the floor.
Well, Lee will always be aggressive. He's just been well defended, but it's going to be hard to hold him down for a whole 40 minutes. So let's look at the feet of the person taking the charge. 2 years ago, that was a charge. There's a rule change now. The rule used to be if you're set defensively as a help defender before the player leaves the ground, it's a charge. Now you got to be there before Lee has his last foot touch the ground, and that's really hard to do. Most charges nowadays are going to be called blocks.
Lee catches off the inbound. That one's too strong. Rebound to Michael.
Well contested, though. Lee rushed that. He wasn't comfortable.
Little anxious. Taking steps. Ronsky. The Tigers will have the ball after the turnover. They trail by 8. Largest lead has been 10 for Duquesne.
So in their opener, Duquesne, I mentioned, the defense against Lipscomb was not good. This is so much better, and this is the formula that they won the A-10 tournament with. They were outstanding defensively. They have enough scores. If they can maintain this level of defensive intensity and execution, they'll have a good year.
Good spin by Pierce. It's too strong, but it's fouled by Dixon. Boy, he really lulled Dixon to sleep there.
Well, but here's my problem as I was praising Duquesne's defense. You're looking at Pierce, who averaged last year 17, 18 points a game. You got to help. You got to help Corbett out in that situation. Either double team or, in case he is beat, have a secondary defender at the rim. Yeah, now that's not poor defensive effort, but poor defensive execution.
Caden Pierce, he misses his first free throw. It's been a tough night at the line. Second free throw is good for the reigning Ivy League Player of the Year. Cuts the lead to 7. To Michael.
Yeah, Pierce can guard him. I'm not sure they needed a double on that one, though.
Throws out of the double, to the wing, to the basket. Ball's on the floor, and Dixon between 3 black jerseys.
See, when you double team, you're not only leaving a player open, but for a pass, but for offensive rebounds as well.
Got a foul as 3 Dukes surround Lee.
So I'm all for double teaming when there's a mismatch or you're guarding a great player, but right there, Pierce is plenty able to guard Corbett one-on-one in that situation and not give up open people off the ball.
Jacob Huggins back into the game for Princeton. There's a 3, and that's off the bar. Good look for the Tigers for Pierce. Couldn't get it to go. Dixon, there's a double. Double in the corner. Cross court, 10 on the shot clock. Corbett, right of the lane. Loses control, and we got a foul.
I tell you, officiating's a tough job. Something as physical as that, let's see if that's a block or a push-off. So the reason they're calling that a block is because there was a path to the basket. Right here, look at that. There's a path to the basket. And when you have a path to the basket and someone has contact moving you aside, it's always a defensive foul.
Corbett's at the line. Makes the first one. They did not shoot a free throw in the first half.
So in the transfer portal era, it is the wild, wild west. Last year, Duquesne's playing Chicago State. They noticed Corbett because Corbett has a great game against them. I should know this. It's around 20 points. Season's over. They're like, hey, let's recruit that guy.
Here he is, Friday night, Trenton.
You're almost worried about a player having a great game nowadays because you're afraid that other team's going to tamper with him or try to get him after the season, and it happens all the time.
Kane was begging for a travel there. They didn't get it. Into the corner. There's a 3 for Peters. He hasn't hit one tonight, and that one's off the mark.
And that's surprising because Peters, one of the best shooters in the Ivy League last year, and actually creeping up in Princeton history for made threes.
Off the mark. Rebound Lee. Lee to Pierce. Pierce! Acrobatic catch and a finish.
That was astounding. Absolutely astounding. a bullet pass at rim level, running full speed to catch it and shoot it, reverse in one motion. I don't know if I've ever seen that. What an athlete.
Netjes on the floor, gives it to Corbett. Corbett, the left-hand jumper for the free throw extended, no good. Rebound ripped down by Lee. Here come the Tigers. Pierce going alley-oop style!
You think Princeton's going to be some elaborate offense and a bunch of guys who shoot, but these are deluxe, super athletic forwards. Abdullahi, one of the best athletes already as a freshman in the Mitch Henderson era. Throw it up, and man, he's going up to get it.
All right, welcome back. Princeton on a little run here. Malik Abdullahi with a big jam that caused a timeout there. But we've had a couple outstanding plays by Princeton. They were down by 10, and now they're getting themselves back in this with a couple of highlight reel plays.
Just watch and enjoy that. No analysis necessary. Full speed, catch, shoot, with contact at the rim. Just a terrific athletic play. And in both instances as well, beautiful passes by Lee and Pierce, putting it right where only their teammates can get it, and trusting and knowing their teammates' high level of athleticism to where that's even possible.
Balanced scoring from the Tigers tonight.
And that's critical because Coach Henderson doesn't want to be overly reliant on his two stars. That's not the way for this team to reach its potential. The balance is good.
6 on the shot clock. Edwards blocked away, gets his own board. He can't get the bunny to fall.
Abdullahi with a block and a rebound, the freshman.
Lee works off the defender and connects from 3.
Defense leads to offense, and remember, you're not going to stop Lee for 40 minutes. He's capable of taking a game over late, even if he isn't off to a great start. Tough to hold down that kind of talent for a whole game.
42-38. Rozier cut off nicely by Davis. He loses the handle and goes crashing down to the floor and a foul. The foul is going to be called on Princeton. That'll send Duquesne to the line when we come back. 42-38. Duquesne leads Princeton 11-11. Left to go in this one here at Jersey Jam on jerseyjam.net. 7-0 run for the Tigers over the last minute and a half here as Princeton has cut it back to 42-38 here at Jersey Jam, jerseyjam.net. To everybody watching out there on jerseyjam.net, here come the Tigers.
Yeah, Lee has confidence that cannot be shaken. So he has struggled early in this game, but that is not going to deter him. And if I'm the Duquesne coach, I know in the back of my head that it's going to be hard to hold Lee down for a whole 40 minutes. And it's hard to hold this Princeton team down. They were down most of the game in their opener against Iona and came back and won. This is a team that knows how to win. 3 straight conference championships. Lee, Peters, Pierce, Byriel, these guys have been through the war. They're not going to get rattled if they're down. They've come back before.
Out of the timeout, Bronski, 3. Boy, one dribble.
So that's a design play for Ronsky. I'm amazed how Ronsky can go long periods of time without playing or getting a shot. But this coaching staff has the confidence to draw something up for him. Again, I saw him send a game, same deal, into overtime against St. Joe's last year.
Davis with an answer.
Now, the defense had been dominating. Now the offense is heating up a little bit.
Both teams shot in the 30% in the first half. They're heating up here in the second half.
So I wouldn't double team. I think Pierce could defend.
That just throws one up and he's fouled as Pierce defending, and the foul's going to be called on Pierce.
See, that's the second time they've given Pierce double team help that Duquesne was prepared, grew out of the double team, and had a good result.
Team foul number 5.
Yeah, I believe Pierce. So one of the reasons you double team the post with a guy like Pierce is to keep him out of foul trouble. But this late in the game, I don't think that's an issue. And I don't think you need to give that level of help to Pierce given his strength and defensive ability and leave other people open.
34 games as a freshman.
The free throw woes continue on both sides.
Yeah, 72% from the free throw line last year in those 34 games. Dixon's going to replace him.
David Dixon returns to the floor.
A little more defense with Dixon on the floor, a little more presence.
And look at Rozier picking up full court. Don't think that this kind of relentless defense by Rozier doesn't take its toll on Leah over the course of a game.
Lee, step back 3, got it!
It's the old Howard Cosell thing. You can't stop him, you can only hope to contain him.
Lee cuts the lead to 2. They contained him for a half, but he's starting to heat up. Here's Rozier. Dixon, pump up, and he's fouled on the backside. Let's see who they credit the foul, either Peters or Pierce.
Tigers foul charge to 7. Malik Abdullahi. That's his second personal.
Abdullahi was whistled for the foul, so I was wrong on both guesses.
Well, hard to see until you saw the replay. I'll defend you on that.
Dixon at the free throw line makes his first on a night where converting free throws has been a challenge. A couple changes for Princeton. Dixon via Memphis, Tennessee, a junior. Makes them both, coming off a year where he averaged 7.5 and 4.5 rebounds.
That was also on a deep veteran team. He was also injured last preseason. This is the first time he's starting and healthy, and he should have a breakout year and really could be on the A-10 all-defensive team.
William Pierce for 3. That's off the mark. Rebound snared down by Maximus Edwards. Under 10 minutes to play, 9:25. Edwards a short 3, and that goes out of bounds.
So Edwards is a good scorer, and you want him to play with confidence, but that was not a good shot. Off the dribble, semi-contested from deep range early in the shot clock.
Lee for three. That's good by Riel.
So that's not great attention to a scouting report. We've talked about the 4 centers for Princeton, and Byriel does not post. He is strictly a three-point shooter, recognized too late by Dixon.
The three cuts the lead to 1, 48-47, 8:47 to go. Corbett backing his way in. Spins baseline, doubled, left hand, tough shot, Corbett.
So I said don't double team, and Pierce played good defense. Corbett just makes an impossibly tough shot. Credit to him.
Cross court, Peters on the floor, Peters back in the corner, a three, off the mark, rebound ripped down by Corbett, 8:20 to play, a 3-point lead for the Dukes. Rozier. Corbett one-on-one. Kick, Rozier, corner for three, DeMichael!
If you're Duquesne, keep posting your guards and wings because that requires a double team and gets your teammates open.
53-47, the three from DeMichael extends the lead for the Dukes. A timeout on the floor here on JerseyJam.net. All right, welcome back. 8 minutes left. Jersey Jam, Mike Gill, Dr. John Giannini, and we are live here on a Friday night in Trent. We got a good one heating up as we're coming down the final 8 minutes, Coach. 53-47, Princeton with the ball out of the timeout.
Corbett doing a great job defending Pierce. They ran that play for him, but Corbett denied him the ball.
Lee, blocked away by Dixon. Gliding to the basket was Lee, and Dixon denied him. DeMichael for three, too strong. Look at Rozier.
Yeah, they say Rozier pushed a bit before he elevated, but it was a spectacular elevation by the 5'9" point guard.
You see Rozier just flying in for this one.
Yeah, he has. You know, I'm not sure that was a foul. These officials have a tough job. All these bodies flying around, guys playing hard, attacking the ball, who hit who, when.
Abdullahi back into the game. And Peters will be at the line for Princeton. 53-47. Have not shot the free throws well tonight. This is the time we got to start making the free throws.
Replaces Dixon, the Duquesne.
Blake Peters, a senior.
Dixon, the center for Duquesne, is going down and seeing the trainer. That looks concerning. And he's playing so well, just had that big block. So we'll see if Wilborn contributes. And Wilborn did a lot of good things in the first half himself, so he'll be needed right now.
Peters started 29 games, 5th in the Ivy in three-pointers, made 6th in field goals from 3 per game. He hasn't made a 3 tonight, though.
Right. Yeah, he's a proven player, ton of know-how, still has confidence, can make a game winner on any night. And Coach Henderson loves the luxury of being able to bring that veteran off the bench. It's not about starting, it's about finishing. And look who's in now with the game on the line.
Pair of free throws from Peters, 53-49, 7:16 left to play. He hit at least 3 threes in 12 games last year, so he can heat up at any time. Rozier, the trigger man, he gets it into Corbett. Corbett puts it on the floor, trying to get by Pierce. Pierce cuts him off. Corbett, left hand, too strong. Outlet, here come the Tigers. Pierce in transition, 2-on-1. Pierce glides to the basket. He's fouled en route. He'll get to the line.
Those are 2 strong, tough guys in that collision. There's going to be some ice bags after this game.
That's his first.
Yeah, he could see Rozier's not in position, so he's just going all out. And that's after he got the stop one-on-one against Corbett. Again, no double team, which I don't think Pierce needs. Gets the rebound, then attacks. Did it all on those 2 possessions. Not surprising for the reigning Ivy League Player of the Year.
Yeah,
he's
the
special.
only Ivy League player and one of 8 underclassmen in 30 years of Ivy League ball to average at least 16 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and a steal.
So I can talk about how he's top 10 in the Ivy in literally every category. But my favorite thing about Pierce is he won a National AAU championship, a state high school championship, won the last 2 Ivy League regular season championships. All he does is win. Ivy League Rookie of the Year, then Player of the Year as a sophomore. He's amazing.
Under 7 minutes to play, a 3-point lead for Duquesne with the ball. Here at the Jersey Jam, Duquesne, and an easy lane. We haven't seen a lot of those tonight. Eli Wilborn, the recipient.
Remember, phase 1 on a pick and roll, guard the ball. Phase 2, protect the rim. That's where the failure occurred.
Lee cut off, gets it to Davis. Davis lets one high off the glass. What an angle.
What a third scorer Davis is.
And a timeout taken by Mitch Henderson and the Tigers with 6:20 left to play. We got a good one shaping up here in Jersey, 55-52, and the Tigers get that bucket there with an answer. Looks like the offense starting to heat up, but someone's going to need to make a stop. These offenses start to feel their oats here a little bit.
Little bit. Things are still tough. With the exception, I am surprised that Princeton gave up that easy bucket on the pick and roll. This is just a typical tough basket. Look, Corbett's waiting at the rim. It's a floater with your left hand. That's a tough shot. That's a talent shot right there.
Yeah, you talk about a little bit. 37% for Princeton, 38% for Duquesne. We've been hanging in the 30s all night.
These are big, athletic, hard-playing, well-schooled defensive teams. And this game's going to make both a lot better. Again, 2 reigning conference champions going head-to-head. And the thing about Princeton, look at the guys out there. Peters won championships. Lee won championships. Pierce has won championships. So being down does not rattle these Tigers. They've been there, done that as recently as last week, coming from behind against Iona. So this is going to be a real fun, intense, competitive home stretch here.
Something to remember, Princeton is in the bonus. They will be shooting with 6:12 left to go. Duquesne, not there yet. Backing his way in, Wilborn gets it to go.
Wow. Good defense by Huggins. Terrific low post move by Wilborn. So much depth on this Duquesne team. They could sub, go Dixon and Wilborn, and be fine. Look at that!
Wilborn rejects Lee. And the lead is 5. They get the ball in the capable hands of Rozier, who slows down the pace. Rozier uses the screen, lob. A stuff attempt by Wilborn.
So I want to do a player comp real quick. Wilborn came from St. Francis, PA, and people said, okay, it was good there, can you do it in the A-10? The last big man who transferred from St. Francis, PA to the A-10 was last year Josh Cohn, who transferred to UMass and ended up first team all-conference. So if you prove yourself at one level, no reason you can't move up, and Wilborn's proven it.
Just a sophomore.
Look at that block. So impressive. Bouncy, strong, confident. That basket he scored in the low post, he demanded that ball. He wanted it.
Averaged 10.8 points and 7.4 rebounds at St. Francis. He led the team in rebounding last year as a freshman. But he doesn't convert on the free throw line, and Pierce takes it to the bucket, gets the foul and the bucket, and he'll get to the line with a chance to cut the lead to 2. And you talk about a winner. That's a winning play.
That was a design play, and where Wilborn failed was to get airtime. You see that pass was ripped with that side clear. Right there. There's the pass. And what you notice is Wilborn nor any Duquesne defenders moved while the ball was in the air. When Pierce had that pass hit his hands, he had an open path to the basket, which is the way the play was designed. So great play design, but not well defended enough.
Pierce trying to convert the three-point play.
And what's interesting on Pierce on a lot of those rip plays, he reads another missed free throw. He will start running towards the basket as he catches the ball to get downhill when he sees a driving lane.
Rozier takes the ball to the basket strong. He misses the layup, but he's fouled en route. And boy, he's been lulling you to sleep, lulling you to sleep. He turned it into another gear there.
It's all about change of pace. If I go fast, and you know that I'm going fast, you'll go fast. But right there, when you slow down and turn on the gas, that change of pace, as you said, lulls the defense a bit, but the defense doesn't know when you're going to accelerate. So it's not about going fast, it's about changing speeds.
Rozier. Boy, we've had a night here, Coach.
This is not a free throw shooting clinic.
Both teams have struggled from the charity stripe. Rozier, who's one of 4 Dukes to play in every game last year, started in 31. They trust him.
Big time. That's what he is. He is a leader, complete relentless effort. Look at him getting underneath here and pressuring the dynamic Lee. That's been such a competitive matchup, and there it is again.
Under 5 minutes to play. 2-possession game. Lee uses the screen from Pierce. Pierce for 3. Got it! 58-57.
Not by accident, the Tigers are going to Pierce at crunch time.
Rozier with an answer as he takes it strong to the bucket. 3-point game.
This game at this point is more about will than skill.
Pierce cutting, backdoor, Peters with a layup, hits the deck, he cuts the lead to 1. Blake Peters hasn't hit a 3, but he hits a tough bucket for Princeton.
Last 3 Princeton buckets off design plays, highest level execution.
4 minutes to play.
To double or not.
Corbett, baseline. Pierce cuts him off. Corbett, jump stop, turns, faces, up, under. Corbett, no good. Ball is tipped. It goes to Princeton.
I like the no double team. They're going to Pierce on the offensive end. Let him guard on the defensive end. Get the stop with no help.
Welcome back. 60-59. Duquesne leads Princeton with 3:49 left. And you said it, Coach, high-level execution. Princeton crawling back into this one, and they're getting some high-level execution from their big guns.
By design, the pick and pop. Pierce sets the screen. You don't want to switch that and have the mismatch. There's the pick. You see Dixon helping out on Lee. Now the throwback for the 3 is open. That's perfect execution. And there's almost no answers with the ability of Lee and Pierce in a pick and pop. Like I said, if you switch it, you got serious mismatches. If you don't switch it, you got Pierce on the 3. Great play call, great execution.
Duquesne led by as many as 10 in the game. That's the largest lead of the game.
We talked about it. For the last 2 years, Princeton's come back from deficits just because that's who they are. They're not going away easily, and they don't lose confidence or cohesion.
A little pressure by Duquesne as Princeton inbounds the ball. Not letting Lee bring the ball up. Here's Davis. Davis. There's Pierce.
Here you need a double.
Pierce, cross court in the corner for Blake Peters. 7 on the shot clock for Lee. 5 for Lee. Lee, 2 on the shot clock, and they're going to lose the handle, and it's a shot clock violation.
Not sure why Pierce decided to roll on that play after the pop just worked.
Number 7, Abdullahi. Back on the floor for the Tigers.
I believe Duquesne might have switched that, and if he would have popped back, Lee would have had more room to drive a mismatch.
Duquesne with a 1-point lead and the ball. Coming up on 3 minutes to play. Aggressively cutting in the backcourt. Rozier, 3 minutes to play. Maximus Edwards for 3. Lee comes down with the loose change. Here comes Lee, crosses the timeline. Lee, crossing over, left of the lane, spins, fades. Lee rattles and goes.
When Lee was 1 for 7, he wasn't worried. And if you remember, I said, listen, he's got a whole game to get hot, and here he is at crunch time.
Cross court for Rozier. Rozier, the hand check on Lee.
It's a great read by Rozier of a closeout, just like Pierce. He ran through that pass knowing that Lee wasn't going to be in a stance when he caught it.
That puts Rozier at the line. They're in the bonus now. Princeton, by the way, has the 1-point lead. And Kareem Rozier, the junior, at the free throw line. The line has been unkind tonight for both teams. Duquesne is 64% from the line tonight. Princeton at 55%. And
wow.
That one's no good.
Wow. This is like a brutal football game that comes down to a field goal or two. This brutal competitive game can come down to free throws.
Lee steps back. Now he pulls it all the way back out to the timeline area. Into the corner. Pierce for three! Caden Pierce gives Princeton a 4-point advantage with under 2 minutes to play. DeMichael spinning, trapped. Dixon swings it. Rozier, three, got it! 64-63, 137 to go. Jersey Jam Friday night. Lee, 15 on the shot clock. Lee crosses, spins, kick out, corner. Blake Peters, he's fouled. Necious is just holding his ground, trying to plead. And he thought he did a good job defending the play, Coach. We'll take a look at it again.
Yeah, that's 100% a foul. Ran through the shooter. That was pretty obvious. What Princeton's been doing is isolating Lee, and he's such a good driver that Duquesne's taught to help in the gap so Lee doesn't have as much room to drive. But in doing so, they're leaving kick-out threes open. Princeton knows exactly what they're doing by isolating Lee, knowing he can either get to the bucket or if there's gap help, he can kick for threes.
Blake Peters missed the first one. Princeton is 52% from the line.
Back for the Tigers.
Peters trying to make 2 of 3 here. And he does. 66-63, 3-point lead for Princeton. And Drew Joyce, the third, will like a timeout. 1:18 left to play. Princeton 66, Duquesne 63. Jersey Jam on a Friday night, and the feeling's all right. We got college basketball back, and you know right now, Princeton, they fought back from 16 in the opener. They're down 10 in this one. They know what it's like to come back and then win a late game, a tough game late. So Duquesne, they're going to have to come up with something big here.
You're 100% right about Princeton, not only this year, but in the last couple of years, coming from behind, being a championship level team, not losing their poise. And now Duquesne obviously needs a basket over here, and where will they go is the question. And that's the interesting thing. Last year, they had Dady Grant, Jimmy Clark. You knew where they were going to go. This team, those roles are extremely undefined. What I would do right now, though, I would trust Kareem Rozier. I would get him in a simple pick-and-roll situation and let him make a decision.
Rozier leads Duquesne with 11 points tonight on 4 of 7 from the field. He is 2 of 3 from 3. Rozier, 1:13 to play. Rozier in the corner. DeMichael for 3. Can't get it to fall. Battle on the floor. Loose ball, and Peters picks it up. Minute to go.
Talk about the chess match. That was an executed set play with a perfect look It just didn't go down.
Duquesne down 3. Needs a stop. Davis. 8 on the shot clock. Pull up 3! 6-point lead. 42.1 to go. Rozier. Dixon for 3. Off the mark. Rebound, but a push from the backside. And Princeton will walk the floor.
The Duke's foul was on number 4. Jashawn Corbett. That's his third.
Many coaches will say it's not about plays late in the game, it's about players. And to be real blunt, those were just isolation plays for Lee, and then the last one for Davis, letting them cook and read the defense in terms of whether they attack or create and pass.
And Pierce misses the free throw. It stays a 2-possession game for now. Pierce makes the second, and he pushes the lead to 4. Loses the handle. A 7-point lead, excuse me.
Really like Princeton's defense in terms of extending out to the three-point arc. They fouled. I think they would have been willing to give up a 2, but they weren't going to give up a 3.
Change of Michael at the line for the Dukes.
DeMichael at the line. As we've touched on throughout the broadcast tonight, both teams have struggled from the line. Duquesne at 60%, but DeMichael makes the first one. Cuts the lead to 6.
Now it comes down to a made free throw, and Duquesne needs to set up their press and create a turnover.
And DeMichael makes them both. Cuts the lead to 5 with 30 seconds left. Pressure from the Dukes. Netjes will defend the inbounder. Peters. Back to Peters. And there's the foul. This will send Blake Peters to the line.
Come on, Blake. Second personal. Blake Peters at the line for the Tigers. 2 shots.
So Peters, on a night when the Tigers have struggled from the free throw line, has a chance to push this back up, and he makes the first.
After one, back for Princeton.
71-65 Princeton. Misses the second. The rebounds run down by Duquesne. They're going to have to hurry. They get it to Rozier. Rozier trying to blaze by Pierce. He kicks it out for Corbett. Corbett to the lane. Left-hand layup is good. And it's back to 4.
Interesting.
Timeout.
Interesting choice because he had the ability to shoot the 3 right there.
The 4-point game with 16.8 to go. We'll see how this one ends coming up next here on JerseyJam.net. 2.8 seconds left. Princeton 71, Duquesne 67. Tigers have the ball here at the Jersey Jam. Jersey Jam watchers on jerseyjam.net. Presented by Deborah Heart and Lung Center.
Nice.
There's a double trap. Turning up the heat. Davis is fouled by Dixon. But 5 seconds come off the clock.
Well done by both teams, though. That was an excellent trap. Princeton was in trouble and had enough ball toughness to get out of the jam.
Dalen Davis shooting for the Tigers.
Sophomore Dalen Davis at the line.
Out to one. Back for Princeton.
Davis can push this lead to 6. And he does. So in the moments that it's mattered the most, Davis hits a pair. Rozier leaves it up for Dixon, who has to go chase it, and a foul on Lee. That'll stop the clock with 5.4. Not what you want, but do send some Dixon to the line here to shoot free throws.
Little surprised Duquesne going for quick twos, which with more time on the clock is a perfectly fine strategy, but with the last 2 possessions being under 20 seconds, I'm a little more surprised. Corbett especially, I thought, could have got a 3 off on his drive attempt.
Dixon misses the first, and it has been a tough night for both teams from the free throw line. Second shot for Dixon, and it's good. 73-68 now. Princeton just needing to inbound. Byriel will go to the line. 4 seconds left, and you make a free throw here, and you feel pretty good.
Well, I think right now Princeton feels pretty good regardless. Great come from behind effort, unbelievable poise. They're really unflappable, and they talk about it. They don't want to be down, but they're never afraid of being down. And for Duquesne, a really good effort. They were the better basketball team for the majority of this game. They improved defensively significantly over their opening. They're deep and talented in figuring out the roles. They have great leadership in Rozier, and they could build on all those things.
Hits a pair to Byriel, and that will about do it as DeMichael's shot caroms off the front of the iron. No good, and Princeton wins it 75-68 here at Jersey Jam 2024. We'll bring it back with our player of the game. We'll hear from him coming up next on jerseyjam.net.
Most Outstanding Player Award for game number 2 is Jim Andrews, CEO of Deborah Heart and Lung Center. The 2024 Jersey Jam Game 2 Most Outstanding Player is from the Princeton Tigers. It's number 3, Caden Pierce. Congratulations to the Princeton Tigers on tonight's win. And number 3, Caden Pierce, your most outstanding player. Ladies and gentlemen, Pure Insurance Arena and it's over.
Good to see you again. Congratulations.
We have such a quick stride.
Hey guys, you're good. Where am I looking?
Good night.
2 come from behind victories to start this season. Not only come from behind, but behind double digits in both games. If you look at the analytics, the chances for success in those situations are not high, yet you win both. Tell me about the mentality to do that.
I think it's just the toughness we have as a team. Every time out, whether we're down 6 or up 6, coach says we're always going to win the game. So, we've been down a lot so far these 2 games, but, we believe as a team, and the coaches believe in us too, and, we fought to the end.
3 big baskets, 3 in the corner, pick and pop 3, catch, rip, go right. Were those designed? Were those reads? Were they calls? Talk about those plays, because it looked like they went to you.
Yeah, well, early on we were struggling to get some offense. Eventually, the one, the and one was a little bit of an action we've been putting in a little bit early on this year. But the other 2 threes, we were just making plays, and my teammates found me, and I knocked down the shot.
So I know you're not going to like this question, but people will like the answer, okay? You came back. It's the transfer portal area. You saw other Ivy standouts go other places. You and Xavier came back. You obviously are very committed. Talk about that commitment and where that comes from.
Absolutely. Princeton is one of the schools that believed in me coming out of high school, and I think just the culture we have here is special, and I think you can see it on the court. We truly love each other, and I think that reflects in the way we play. Every time out, whether we've been down a lot, and we just truly love each other and believe that we're going to come out at the end of the day with a win.
I told you people will like that answer. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Caden Pierce is your most outstanding player of the game tonight, and he leads Princeton to a 75-68 win over Duquesne here at 2024's version of the Jersey Jam. And, of course, our entire team here from BFA's production crew and everybody from the Deborah Heart and Lung Center for Jersey Jam. There you go. Temple wins 103-74 over Monmouth in the first game. Princeton 75, Duquesne 68 in the nightcap. And that is it for Jersey Jam 2024. For Dr. John Giannini, I'm Mike Gill. Have a great rest of your Friday night and college basketball season, everybody.